Thank you very much. The committee shall come to order. We're meeting today to consider one bill and the postponed votes on 5 resolutions. All have been properly noticed and circulated electronically along with copies of timely filed amendments and will be available in committee repository at docs.house.gov. Late amendments are also circulated electronically. Pursuant to committee rules, members of the committee may submit written opening statements for the record. I ask that members may revise and extend the remarks on the bills to be considered at this markup and have those remarks included in the record. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the chair may also declare a recess, subject to the call of the chair. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I and House Rule 11, Clause 2, I announce that I may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote has been ordered. Amendments or motions must be submitted by email from a House-maintained email address. Please note that members are responsible for their own microphones. Members can be muted by staff only to avoid inadvertent background noise. I strongly recommend that the members joining remotely use the grid view and lock the timer to a location so it remains visible. Members experiencing technical problems shall inform committee staff immediately. Before we begin, I'd like to recognize Ranking Member Westerman for his opening statement. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, as we come together today to consider this piece of legislation, think about the late Dean of the House, Congressman Don Young of Alaska, and how he knew firsthand that environmental regulation and economic empowerment can and should coexist. Although his name may not have titled the bill, he was widely recognized as the lawmaker who shepherded the policy and its reauthorizations through his 5 decades in the House. The Magnuson-Stevens Act, as originally enacted, recognized that the federal government doesn't know best. It created 8 regional councils to oversee fisheries in our federal waters, thereby empowering state and local input and decision-making at the regional level. This landmark law made the United States the world's premier manager of fisheries. The law also helped make Alaska the seafood powerhouse it is today. The seafood industry is Alaska's largest private sector employer and harvests nearly 60% of all wild seafood and 90 to 95% of wild salmon caught in the U.S. As American consumers, we enjoy these products nearly every day. Of course, Alaska wasn't the only beneficiary from the Magnuson-Stevens Act, since many other regions along our continental coast provide opportunities for commercial and recreational fishing as well. Don Young was proud of his role in making this law a success, yet he also recognized that our laws shouldn't be static, and he proposed reauthorizations over the last 3 Congresses to improve the law. While this legislation introduced by Mr. Huffman includes a few of Mr. Young's proposals, we believe it falls far short of the goals embodied by Mr. Young in his last bill. The original MSA and its subsequent reauthorizations were the product of bipartisan compromises that involved rigorous oversight and numerous hearings. In the sharp contrast, this legislation is a product of 1 hearing and a variety of non-committee events that hardly constitute regular order through a legislative process. In fact, the proposal before us today would undermine the law, harming our commercial and recreational fisheries while lining lawyers' pockets. Don't just take my word for it. Hear the words from the chair of the Regional Council, Mr. Mark Gorelnik, who represents all of the 8 councils. He testified that the bill before us today, and I quote, would create demands for data and analysis that in many cases cannot be supported, could increase the risk of litigation on several important topics, appears to reduce the flexibility in the role of the councils, and does not appear to authorize sufficient funding to meet its requirements, unquote. With the unfortunate passing of Mr. Young, we're not only missing our committee's institutional memory and recognized leadership on federal fisheries issues, but we're also left with this blatantly partisan legislation being brought before us near the end of this Congress. If enacted, this law will undermine regional approaches, bolster litigation, decrease domestic seafood availability and affordability, and send jobs overseas, making us dependent on foreign seafood. Don Young's legacy deserves far, far better than this. I oppose this bill. I instead urge this committee's majority to abandon party politics and work across the aisle like Don Young would have done to support a transparent and substantive process in the next Congress to produce a balanced, bipartisan bill that prioritizes fisheries and the men and women who operate them. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I recognize myself. Today's markup is on H.R. 4690, the Sustaining American Fisheries for the Future Act of 2021, which reauthorizes Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, or MSA, which is our most essential fishery law and our framework for governing fishing in federal waters. The MSA is a testament what we can achieve when we place our trust in science, institutions, and American progress. Not long ago, America's fisheries were at a breaking point. Overfishing was rampant, fish stocks were collapsing, and the coastal communities were struggling to make ends meet. The MSA turned things around, and that's why we reauthorized it in 1996 and 2006 to end overfishing, rebuild overfished stocks, and set science-based annual catch limits. America has been and still is a leader in sustainable fisheries management. However, the MSA hasn't been reauthorized for over a decade and is in need of timely updates to address today's ongoing issues, particularly concerning the ongoing impacts and growing impacts of climate change. We know that fish stocks are shifting and ecosystems are changing due to this climate change. This bill gives fishery managers the tools to address climate change impacts on fisheries. Now, as the ranking member mentioned, we can't talk about MSA without acknowledging Don Young. We often heard from him that the MSA should really be called the Young Stud Act, since he and Congressman Cherry Studs were the original sponsors, and then the other body, as usual, put their name on it. Congressman Young was there for the MSA's inception, and it's fruitful and has been a fruitful steward for many years. And I know he'll be missed here today in this discussion. I also want to welcome to the committee Representative Mary Peltola, who is representing Alaska and the first Native Alaskan to ever be elected to Congress. Welcome to the committee, and thank you very much. Representative Peltola is also a longtime advocate of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and I am grateful for her eagerness to work alongside her new colleagues to advance the reauthorization and for the input that she's had in those discussions. I'm glad that her experience as a witness during our MSA hearing that the ranking member referenced last season didn't scare her away from service in this committee. We're very, very appreciative of that. I'm hopeful that in today's markup, we can all work together to improve and preserve the core conservation and management provisions of the MSA and to continue to protect and advance sustainable fisheries across the nation in these changing times that make this authorization even more urgent. Also look forward to today's discussion. With that, I will now call up the bill. The item for consideration is H.R. 4690, offered by Representative Huffman. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife be discharged from further consideration of the legislation, and without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Now, let me now recognize Chairman of the Subcommittee, Representative Huffman, to speak to the legislation. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, for holding this markup on Sustaining America's Fisheries for the Future Act, my bill to reauthorize the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. This has been a long time coming. Over 3 years of work, an exhaustive public input process, unlike, I think, anything we've seen for any legislation that's come before this committee. Congressman Ed Case has been a critical ally and partner in that effort, and I want to thank him very much for that. Of course, we feel a tremendous absence today because one of the original authors of this legislation, of the Magnuson Act, the late Congressman Don Young, is not with us. I'm glad the ranking member put up the picture behind him. I hope we can leave it up for the whole hearing because I think the legacy of Don Young should continue to guide and inspire us on these issues. Don and I talked extensively about this reauthorization bill. In fact, we were very close to an agreement We'd made a bunch of compromises with each other and actually had a handshake in our final meeting that we were going to move this bill forward. That was the last conversation, unfortunately, that I had with Don before he passed. But there was a lot, even though Don and I would fight on some issues, there was a lot that we agreed upon, from preparing our fisheries for the disruptions that climate change is bringing to increasing representation for Alaska Natives on the North Pacific Council and other things. Following Don's passing, we paused our work on this bill out of respect, and because, as you will hear a little bit more about today, you really can't talk about Magnuson reauthorization without Alaska at the table. And now, we once again do have representation from Alaska. I would like to extend a warm welcome back to this committee for Congresswoman Mary Peltola, who was most recently here as a witness. In fact, a witness at a November hearing where she was invited to testify by both Don Young and myself. Congresswoman Peltola is a champion for fisheries conservation and has joined Congressman Case and me in co-leading this legislation. I could not be more thrilled to have her working with us going forward. Now, I started this effort over 3 years ago because as a coastal California representative, I know how important the Magnuson Act is to fishing communities and fishing-related industries. But conversations around Magnuson reauthorization, like so many things in this place, had bogged down in toxic partisan posturing. MSA had become just another proxy for all of these partisan fights that some people believe we have to always have around here. I wanted to reset the tone, and I wanted to refocus this important conversation on policy and science. I'm a firm believer that good process leads to good policy. And so we embarked on a nationwide listening session, interrupted by the pandemic, but not stopped. We continued to push through. We got extensive written feedback from all over the country. Writing and editing this bill, in fact, has been so transparent and stakeholder-driven that I can't think of another bill that has had such a robust and transparent and inclusive process. So while I appreciate the ranking member putting up the picture of Don Young, I do not appreciate the misrepresentation that this is somehow a partisan process, that it hasn't been transparent and inclusive. That's just laughably false, as anyone who has followed this understands. Also want to thank my colleague from Louisiana, Garret Graves, who participated in one of the listening sessions that we had in Louisiana. And he knows his stuff on fisheries issues and is somebody that I look to and respect and want to continue working with. So among those who gave us input, we heard from the commercial, recreational, charter, tribal, subsistence fishers, environmentalists, scientists, council members, processors, the offshore wind industry, and others. Their feedback has been essential in shaping this bill to address the pressing needs of our marine ecosystem and coastal communities. And we incorporated also several bipartisan pieces of legislation, including proposals from the late Congressman Young. You know, everywhere we went, we heard that the foundation of Magnuson is sound. It doesn't need to be rewritten. But we also heard that it can be improved and modernized. Making our fisheries ready for climate change is one way in which we need to do that, and this bill does that. Making it better at responding to fishery disasters is another way. Increasing support for fishing communities because these disasters are only going to become more frequent with climate change. Congresswoman Peltola will talk a little more about this, but this bill has language to better reduce bycatch, a wasteful practice that results in a devastating amount of fish being discarded each year. There's a lot more that I want to say about this legislation, including thanking the many staff who have worked on it over the last 3 years, but I see that my time is up, so I will get to that as we move forward through the amendment process, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Before we consider amendments, anyone else, any member wish to be recognized on the legislation? Mr. Case?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Magnuson-Stevens Act, MSA, of course, has governed our nation's fisheries for nearly 50 years, and this law has generally directed best science and management practices towards American fisheries becoming some of the best run in the world. Well, the MSA overall has been working well for our country. The MSA's success is not universal, and there is no reason to grow complacent, especially as we face new threats that we didn't really recognize a half a century ago. It is time to update the law to reflect changing circumstances and address areas where it has not worked well as it should. Chair Huffman is focused on many provisions in this bill that will strengthen the MSA and propel it into the next century, and I fully endorse his comments. In these remarks, I'd like to focus on the governance structures for the regional fishery management councils, because fisheries management is only as good as its governance. Since Congress first passed the MSA in '76, we've relied on the 8 regional fishery management councils to develop management strategies appropriate for each region's unique fisheries and challenges. When Chair Huffman and I held our listening tour throughout our nation, we listened to the councils themselves. We heard from commercial, recreational, and subsistence fishers. We spoke to our indigenous communities, scientists, conservationists, governments, and NGOs, and what we heard was mixed. As Chair Huffman has already pointed out, in general, the council model was and is working. And it is very clear that relying on a far-removed, one-size-fits-all centralized management structure to perform the same work would not achieve the successes we've seen from the councils. We saw examples of councils that recovered overfished stocks, listened to the science, worked towards transparency, and made efforts to balance the viewpoints of all stakeholders involved in our fisheries. However, we did find other examples prompting us to ensure that our councils remain effective and have adequate guardrails to build trust in our processes and in the results. Sometimes the council's actions have actually reduced fish stocks. And most alarmingly, we heard that some councils lacked any kind of transparency and that their spending raised serious questions. We also heard broad-based concerns that some councils' membership skews overwhelmingly toward commercial industry and short-sighted efforts to maximize profits at the expense of the sustainability of the fishery over the long term. The Western Pacific Regional Council, or WESPAC, which governs my own Hawaiian and Western Pacific waters, unfortunately is one such council that received mixed marks and serves as an example of what we have to address. State officials, scientists, environmental groups, Native Hawaiians, and even the Department of Commerce Inspector General raised serious concerns about how WESPAC conducts its business. Last year, in fact, the Inspector General's office validated some of these concerns in an extensive report in which auditors found well over $1.2 million of taxpayer money that WESPAC spent improperly and recommended immediate corrective actions. We owe it to the taxpayers to ensure our federal dollars are properly spent on the critical mission of sustaining and conserving our vital marine ecosystems, not on controversial awards and questionable and unsupported spending at the behest of council staff with potential conflicts of interest. This legislation before us today institutes the reforms needed to block questionable actions by our councils, provide enhanced oversight, and rebuild public trust. It revisits the council appointment processes to ensure that council members represent not only the commercial fishing industry, but also recreational fishers, subsistence fishers, scientists, conservationists, our indigenous communities, and in fact, all who legitimately claim and want to make our fisheries better. And finally, today's bill clarifies the role of the councils in influencing state, congressional, and executive action, and institutes other good governance policies to strengthen how our councils are run. I extend a big mahalo or thank you to Chair Huffman for this bill and his support for strengthening regional councils in particular. Overall, this bill is strong, comprehensive, and much needed. It will improve the MSA and set us on the path for the next 50 years of fishery management in what will surely be a half-century of existential threat to our oceans. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Gentlelady from Alaska. Before I recognize you, Representative, let me, your first time in this room, you were a witness, and following on the distinguished career of Don Young. And that's just a little bit of pressure, you know? And I say that from a reference point. This room is named after Morris K. Udall. And the region that I represent in southern Arizona was essentially his district. And his legacy is well-established and recognized. And in Alaska. He had a great joke after the refuge, and he came back, and people were pretty angry up in Alaska with him. And his great joke was when he came back after a second visit, and they asked him, "How's it going out there with the controversy?" He says, "It's getting better. Most are waving with all their fingers, you know?" And so, having said that, I think I understand your situation on a personal level, and it's not about trying to fill anybody's shoes. I've finally figured it out. It's about, there's a path there, and you just walk that path and things keep going well. And so, welcome. We're looking forward to your service, and it's a good committee. We get along fabulously. There's no animosity, and we do everything in a totally bipartisan way in this committee. And with that, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Grijalva. I do appreciate the comments about Congressman Young and his picture being up. I appreciate Congressman Westerman for his remarks about Congressman Young. Congressman Young was Alaska's representative my entire life. And I had the honor of being a Morris K. Udall Scholar when I was in college, and of course have benefited greatly from the provisions within ANILCA that he ensured that rural people have a preference when resources are in a time of shortage. So I really appreciate your comments about both of the gentlemen, and I will share my prepared comments with you now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Huffman, fellow committee members. I started fishing on the Kuskokwim River in our traditional way when I was 6 years old. I know that sounds far-fetched, but this was just a few years after the landmark Magnuson-Stevens Act became law. Not that I had ever heard of it. As a 6-year-old, I was still learning how to operate the outboard motor and pick fish and navigate the river and read a tide book and those kind of things. My understanding and appreciation for protection of North Pacific fisheries far beyond the river has grown in the subsequent decades, as has my awareness of the importance of the Magnuson-Stevens Act and its goal to preserve all fisheries for future generations. Now, 43 years later, I'm honored to be working with my colleagues on the bill before us today to reauthorize this historic legislation. It's been 16 years since the last full reauthorization. We have learned a lot in that time. We've seen what needs fixing, what can be made better, and how, regardless of our political battles, the climate and the oceans are changing. Nothing is more important to me as a member of Congress than to protect the fisheries and the sea life that are crucial to Alaskan survival. These are not my first remarks on this important issue, as you've noted. I testified almost a year ago before the U.S. House Subcommittee addressing a version introduced by the late Congressman Young, speaking in my then role as the Executive Director of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. I do wish Congressman Young were still here, but I listened as he talked with me about the law and his respect for his colleagues, and I will work hard to continue his efforts. Those efforts focused on evolving fisheries and ocean environment and the heightened recognition of subsistence needs of Alaska, especially the cultural and economic damage from declining salmon returns. On the Kuskokwim River, chum salmon are at their lowest level on record. Bristol Bay red king crab and snow crab populations have dropped dramatically. The decades-long trend of declining Chinook salmon stocks are continuing. This year was the first year that silver salmon, coho salmon were restricted on the Kuskokwim River. We were not allowed to harvest any toward the later part of the season. The ocean is changing and our management needs to adapt. When I testified last year, my message was that the climate change poses a real and ongoing threat to our way of life and fisheries in Alaska, and the Magnuson-Stevens Act needs to acknowledge and deal with it. The Bering Sea is warming significantly faster than oceans in temperate zones. The Arctic is warming 2 to 3 times faster than the rest of the planet. H.R. 4690 before us today, Sustaining America's Fisheries for the Future Act, would amend the Magnuson-Stevens Act so that it better reflects the world we live in today. This legislation designates 2 seats on the Council for Alaska Natives so that we can always be at the table sharing our knowledge for the benefit of all users, subsistence, sport, and commercial. The bill before us today makes great progress towards limiting the wasteful problem of bycatch, the destructive practice that hurts Alaskans who need the fish for sustenance. Bycatch hurts future generations by damaging what should be a sustainable resource. H.R. 4690 is a solid start towards solving a complex problem. I'm talking with Alaskans to ensure I understand all the issues and pitfalls, reviewing Congressman Young's tireless efforts to improve the law, still thinking, drafting, and redrafting ideas to discuss with my colleagues as this bill moves through the process. I look forward to all of the good things we can accomplish, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Before I recognize the next member to speak, Mr. Whitman, let me indicate that I'm going to ask Mr. Representative Case to assume the chair for part of this meeting, and thank you, and we'll make that transition now, and I will, and Mr. Whitman, that's recognized as soon as Mr. Case shows here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by pointing out that growing up, I worked as a commercial fisherman and as a recreational fisherman. My son is a commercial fisherman of nearly 20 years. So commercial fishing is incredibly important to my family. It is who we are. It's who we've all grown up to be. The current Magnuson-Stevens Act, I think, has done an incredible job in making the United States and its partners in state fisheries managers the best regulated fishery in the world, period. No two ways about it. My concern, though, is the amendment in the nature of the substitute would absolutely annihilate our recreational and commercial fisheries. It would have a devastating impact on coastal communities, and a major issue there is how it now addresses bycatch. The current language says that we limit bycatch to the extent practicable, which means there are different types of gear out there, and sometimes that gear during certain times of the season does have incidental bycatch, incidental, not purposeful. And I would argue to the lady from Alaska that I think that the current language here is going to have some significant impacts. As you know, red king crab season is closed. So where are crab fishermen going now? They got to go catch barred-eye and Ophelia. And guess what? In that crab pot, guess what they also catch? Black cod. And when they catch a black cod, guess what happens? They could be criminally prosecuted for catching a black cod in their current Ophelia and barred-eye pots. I don't think that's what Alaskan fishermen want. I think taking away the language to say bycatch to the extent practicable in saying that now bycatch is this open subjective standard that fisheries managers can put into place is going to be incredibly harmful to our recreational fishermen and to our commercial fishermen. I want to talk too about what we do with essential fish habitat. Listen, we all want to preserve essential fish habitat, but the ANS edition of the term adverse effects without any further guidance opens up a Pandora's box. I mean, now you go into a subjective area about what are adverse effects. And listen, I put a bill forward to enhance fisheries habitats to make sure that local governments, state governments, and federal governments are working together to enhance those fish habitats. But now if you create unattainable standards by putting these subjective elements in there, I would argue that you actually take away from where the strength is with what happens currently with our Magnuson-Stevens Act provisions. Along with that, there's another things too that weaken our councils. Our councils are those conduits to the community, to our commercial and recreational fishermen. Those councils are meant to work to make sure that there's local input on how these decisions are made. This bill takes away the authority and flexibility of those councils. It makes it much more a top-down effort than it does put it in the hands of the councils. And listen, we can all go through what councils do and what don't do, and I'm sure my colleague from Alabama will talk about red snapper, as well as my colleague from Louisiana, about what happens with those councils. But I want to make sure that indeed we have that local input. Councils are incredibly important to make sure we're doing the things necessary moving forward. Under this legislation, too, the councils, if they don't complete their fishery management plans within 180 days, the secretary would then be given the ability to develop the plans. I mean, what happens if they're waiting for more data? What happens if there's something there they need to complete a plan? 180 days absolute says, guess what? By the way, we're going to take away your ability regardless of the circumstance. And I would argue that our system has worked because it's been a cooperative agreement between communities, between states and commonwealths, and between the federal government. That's how it has worked the best. There's been some pretty vigorous debates about how those things should happen, but when you take away that mechanism and create a top-down approach, I would argue you hurt communities, you take away the voice of the commercial fishermen, the recreational fishermen, and you put the decision-making in the hands of a few. That is never, I think, in the best interest of our nation. Magnuson-Stevens has been, to this point, a bipartisan effort, and I think it should be, because these resources belong to all of us. They don't just belong to one particular element or one state. These fish have tails, and they swim, and they move from state to state, and everybody has an obligation, local, state, and federal, to manage these resources in a responsible way, but in a responsible way that includes what the impacts will be on neighboring states and neighboring communities. That, to me, is incredibly important. That's what has been the strength of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. What we see today in this amendment in the nature of a substitute vanishes all of that, takes it absolutely away, creates a top-down approach. And listen, we all have in our hearts the desire and the need to protect a resource. And listen, there's lots of pressure on those resources today. We have more and more people that are trying to enjoy that resource on the recreational side, more people that want to enjoy the seafood from our oceans and our rivers and our tributaries. Those things are incredibly important. So I hope that we look at what this bill does to Magnuson-Stevens today and keep in mind the impact on our communities, on our states and commonwealths, and on our nation's fisheries resources. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chair reminds everybody that we've got a long day, so if we can stick to our 5-minute allotment, we can move this along. Thank you very much. Before we consider amendments, does any other member wish to be recognized on the bill? Mr. Graves, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first I want to welcome the gentlelady from Alaska. Welcome to the committee. I do want to, I guess, challenge one thing that the chairman noted about this being a great committee. It's not. It's not a great committee because everything that's done in this committee is done in a partisan manner. I think that we have many opportunities to work together in a bipartisan manner and get stuff done. And when I say get stuff done, look, you can pass things through majority all day long through the House. You can do it all day long. It's not going to see the light of day in the Senate just like this bill. And I really wish that this committee worked more so in a bipartisan manner to get things done. And the ranking member Westerman has this photograph up there, and look at that photograph. You've got Republicans and Democrats up there. This was Magnuson being signed into law, and the only way that this bill would ever get signed into law is if you have a similar group of supporters, like you do right there. And this bill at this point doesn't do that. I want to thank my friend from California for working with us on the fisheries disaster language. I think that there's some significant improvements there. Our fishermen have been pounded by disasters and only repounded by the fact that government at both the federal and the state level seem entirely incapable of getting the money out to disaster victims. And you put that on top of all the foreign fishery pressures that I heard Ranking Member Westerman note, that you've got other countries dumping fish, subsidizing fish, undermining our domestic commercial industries. This has a profound impact. I also want to thank the gentleman from California for working. I think some of the data modernization provisions in here are helpful for both recreational and commercial. And as we've talked a good bit in the past, we share the objective of ensuring we have sustainable stocks. The Gulf of Mexico, where I have the real pleasure of representing together with my friend Mr. Carl from Alabama, it's different than just about anywhere else, in that the recreational fishing pressures are unlike anywhere. And the folks in that picture right there will tell you that when Magnuson was first created, it wasn't designed to really contemplate recreational because there wasn't enough pressure on the recreational side to really be a blip on the radar. That's changed significantly. We have a substantial amount of recreational fishing in the Gulf of Mexico. This committee, we did finally work together and get the Descend Act, to get the Modern Fish Act, and worked with some people in this room to get state management of the red snapper fishery, which I think has been a successful model for all 5 Gulf states, using better data, better science, and ultimately better sustainable management practices. One of my biggest concerns about this bill is I think that this bill, it's done this. So it has a provision in here on essential, or a whole section on essential fish habitat. It creates a NEPA-like, it took you a minute, I saw that. Yeah, all right. It creates a NEPA-like process for essential fish habitat. And look, I'll be the first one. There are some challenges with essential fish habitat on both sides that I think need to be fixed, but the solution in this bill, you're creating a NEPA for essential fish habitat now. Look, you can go talk to anybody in this administration. They're going to tell you one of the biggest challenges they have in delivering, whether it's renewable energy projects, it's transmission, it's infrastructure, it's the regulatory process. And we're making it worse in this bill. And I think that there are some challenges that can be and should be addressed, but we're creating an entirely new regulatory structure that is going to further challenge our ability to do things in coastal communities, including projects that are designed to have environmental benefits. And I'm really concerned about that. I think that some of the climate provisions in here, some of them, we need to be thinking long-term and thinking about resiliency and changes, but I think some of them go too far. I think taking away some of the power from the councils and the states are problematic, and that we need to have these solutions. As I noted with the red snapper solution for the Gulf of Mexico, we need to have the solutions closer to home. And I think there are a number of provisions in here that are ultimately going to be fodder for litigation. And I have strong concerns about our ability to actually govern and manage fisheries as opposed to being stuck in court for long periods of time. So I want to thank my friend from California for working with us on some of the provisions. I want to thank you and your team for working with us on some of the amendments today. But I do think we have a ways to go in terms of getting this bill to a posture where it could actually be at a signing ceremony as we see here. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. I was fully expecting you to break out in song when you held up that. I'm sure you know the words or have invented new lyrics. Is there any further debate before we begin the amendment process? Without objection, the ANS offered by the chair is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Huffman, you have an amendment designated number 1. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I dive into this, let me thank my colleagues for the engagement and their opening remarks. You know, it was said several times that this committee is purely partisan, and this bill was characterized a few times as just another one of these partisan exercises. Let me tell you, it is not possible to do more to try to break out of that rigid partisan programming we sometimes see in this institution than what I've done on this bill. It's just not. Again, nobody I know on any legislation that's come before this committee has taken the time to do a wide open national listening tour, to invite in members across the aisle, to try to really reset a conversation around policy and science and to take the politics out of it. That's what we did. And it is a little tough after going through a process like that and bringing forward a bill that reflects all of that stakeholder input that had nothing to do with partisan politics and have it characterized as such. So let me just say, you know, some of us, each of us, if you want to deplore the partisanship around here, let's dispense with the hyperbole and the gratuitous characterizations because they just don't apply in this case. Some of that hyperbole was, you know, my friend Garret Graves had an interesting poster. If this is an attempt to find NEPA and create litigation hooks, that's a pretty creative interpretation. And Mr. Whitman, I really want to include you in this collaboration. You've got a very important perspective and a lot of expertise. But to suggest that the ANS would completely devastate and ruin all forms of fishing is just more of that kind of hyperbole that doesn't bear out when you talk to the stakeholders we've engaged with, when you read what the bill actually does. The only change we've made on essential fish habitat is to take a provision that's meant to designate and protect fish habitat, habitat that's important enough to federally managed fisheries that it's designated as essential fish habitat, but under existing law, it means nothing. There's absolutely no legal effect to that designation. We heard everywhere we went that that needs to be improved and strengthened, and it's kind of obvious if you think about it. Why would you designate essential fish habitat and have absolutely zero legal meaning to that designation? So we took a modest step. It's been, subject to some hyperbole already in this discussion, but the only thing this bill does is say that if you're going to do something that adversely affects or wrecks essential fish habitat, have a consultation. That's it. It doesn't create a right of action. It doesn't do anything else. So again, I hope we can keep bringing this back to the reality and the facts and the policy, take the partisan sparring out of this. Having a consultation is not the Pandora's box of litigation. It's simply a consideration that really should be in the process if you're going to do something that messes with essential fish habitat. And we've got a bunch of other provisions like that that I believe have similarly been mischaracterized, but we'll discuss those in due course. This manager's amendment is pretty brief. It makes one technical change and removes part of this bill that was already made into law, the American Fisheries Advisory Committee Act, which was in fact a Don Young bill, and we are pleased that that has made it into law. I've got just a little bit of extra time, and so let me use that to circle back and thank the incredible staffers that have worked on this bill over the years, starting with the subcommittee staff and Laura Snyder and her team. But on my team, my former ledge director, Logan Faree, a whole bunch of Sea Grant fellows, Noah Oppenheim, Rachel DeWitt, Shane Trimmer, who's currently my ledge director, Mary Hurrell, Casey McLean working with me now, Alana Green, and particularly my former staffer, Christine Sir, who was in charge of implementing this crazy idea I had about a national listening tour. That was a lot of hard work, and I appreciate it. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Mr. Huffman offering this A&S. It corrects issues like taking sections of the bill out that have already been enacted into law. Unfortunately, mistakes like this happen when a bill gets cobbled together and new sections added that haven't even had hearings on them. The inclusion of existing law is just one of the areas where we found errors in the bill, and hopefully through the amendment process we'll be able to correct some of these wrongs that are in the bill, and I look forward to the debate, and hopefully we can do something bipartisan and enact a lot of these amendments that Republicans have on the bill. I support the A&S.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Huffman Amendment number 1. I will pause so that members joining remotely can unmute themselves. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Members will please mute again. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Representative Peltola, you have an amendment designated number 1. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Case. This amendment specifies that there would be added 2 additional seats to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Those 2 seats would be designated as tribal seats for members of any of the Alaska Native tribes. The Secretary of Commerce shall consult with Alaska tribal governments, and the 2 Alaska tribal seats shall be filled by people who possess knowledge of subsistence uses, customs, and traditions. And that covers it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion on the amendment, Mr. Huffman?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I am really, I was pleased to have a great working relationship with Congressman Don Young despite our differences, and now to have Congresswoman Peltola hitting the ground running. Don Young and I both supported adding 2 seats to the North Pacific Fishery Management Council specifically designated for Alaska Natives. This is long overdue. It is needed. And while my bill adds these 2 seats, it frankly leaves the selection of those seats rather ambiguous. And so I welcome the amendment from Congresswoman Peltola. It sets forth a clear and fair process for making sure that real people on the ground who have expertise in subsistence or cultural use, as well as a background in the fishery space, are going to be the ones selected for these seats. There's a reason that Don Young and I both agreed that Mary Peltola should be a witness the last time we had a hearing on Magnuson reauthorization. She knows her stuff, and it's great to see her hit the ground running. And I think somewhere Don Young is smiling as she begins to undertake this work. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ranking member?
Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I unfortunately have to oppose the gentlelady's amendment. We've heard testimony in the committee today that there's problems with these councils, and I'm not saying we need more members or fewer members, but I don't think we've gone through the appropriate process to be adding 2 new members that would, on a council that's already got 6 members from Alaska, 3 from Washington, and 1 from Oregon, and adding 2 more members from Alaska that wouldn't even have term limits, wouldn't be subject to term limits. And I just have a question. Has Washington and Oregon been consulted about this? I would think, maybe some Washington senators might have a problem with it. And it seems like this is something we should have had a hearing on and debated more and got more input on. So I have a problem with just kind of airdropping this amendment in here at the last minute, adding 2 new members to the Alaska, from Alaska.
Did the gentleman want to
council
yield
that's
for an answer
already-
to the question?
Just in a minute, I may.
All right.
But adding 2 new members to a council that's already heavily weighted in favor of Alaska, 2 members from a nonprofit that again wouldn't have term limits. So I know there's no Democrat members from Washington or Oregon on the committee, but I hope Mr. Bentz will weigh in on this one, and I'll yield to the gentleman from California.
Just to answer the gentleman's question, I want to clarify that Don Young strongly supported the addition of these 2 seats for Native Alaskans. This was not one of the things we disagreed on. He thought this was long overdue.
As I would have expected Don Young to do, like if there was a council with Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, and we could put 2 more members from Arkansas in there, I would support that as well. But
So
my
in
question
this
does Washington and
bicameral
Oregon-
journey to becoming a law, I'm sure that the discussion with senators from Oregon and Washington and our colleagues from the other parts of the Northwest will continue. But we think this is long overdue and good policy. And I thank the gentleman. Yield back.
I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Bentz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, I am from Oregon, and welcome to the committee and to Congress. And of course, I object to this. And it's as ranking member indicated, wonderful that the congressman from Alaska suggested 2 more folks for Alaska. No, I don't blame him. And on the other hand, we were 1/10 of the group before, and now we're going to be 1/12. And so I would be shirking my duty if I didn't raise my concerns about this. And I hope that Washington State also raises its voice in saying how it's going to be marginalized in these most important conversations. So I object strenuously to this. And I'm sure that Alaska with 6, could allocate a portion of those seats, should it so desire, to tribal members, and perhaps already has. So I object, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize myself. I rise in strong support of the gentlewoman's amendment. First, personally, I want to welcome you to this committee and recognize the special relationship that Hawaii and Alaska have had for since we both sought and obtained statehood all of those years ago in 1959. It's been a long and productive partnership, particularly on issues that affect Alaska Natives and Native Hawaiians, but that has certainly broadened into other areas to include the application of indigenous peoples' knowledge to the management of our fisheries. We share a lot along those lines. Looking forward to a very productive relationship with you. As for the amendment itself, I wholeheartedly agree that we should set a fair and clear process for selecting Alaska Native seats on the North Pacific Council. This amendment does just that. The fact of the matter is, when we have witnessed Magnuson-Stevens in action over a half century, Alaska just has many, many very specific, very different areas of application, not just because of the sheer size and importance of that fishery to not only Alaska, but to our country, but particularly in the area of the involvement of the indigenous peoples in the practicing of their own practices, as well as their instinctive knowledge for how to manage that fishery. It's one of the most actively managed and involved indigenous peoples fisheries in our country. And I think that this additional representation, which Mr. Young supported, is justified. With that, does the gentlewoman from Alaska desire further time? I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Chairman Case. I do appreciate the issues that have been raised by the committee members. I do want to say that, there was talk about the council being not top-down and that it is receptive to folks and local input. That has not been my experience in testifying before the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Over the last couple meetings, public meetings, we have coalesced 117 tribes from across Alaska, across the West Coast, from Norton Sound up by Nome to the Yukon River tribes, to the Kuskokwim River tribes, and the Norton Sound area has been aced out of their fish for 30 years. The Yukon River has had significant, very, very diminished returns for 20 years. Now we're working on our 13th year on the Kuskokwim of having dismal, we're at 20% of our historic harvest. And when we have tried either at the AP level, the committee process, or the scientific and statistical committee process, tried to provide input, to say it was well-received or acted upon is just not true. Nothing is done. We have made appeals to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, like I said, over 2 meeting cycles. And what we've been met with is a letter to Russia talking about Russian fishing. And so, and folks on the council have said, well, why don't tribal people try to attain seats through the normal process? Well, the folks who have traditional knowledge don't have impressive CVs to get on. Our most influential commissioners on our Tribal Fish Commission were a retired electrician and a retired plumber. But both of these gentlemen had spent every single summer of their life on the river. They came from a lineage that had a 12,000-year relationship with their fishing sites, unbroken, 12,000 summers. The folks who depend on these fish depend on them. They're place-based people. They live at these places because of their dependence on salmon. One of the gentlemen on the Fish Commission, our chairman, typically harvests 2,000 chum salmon because he has a dog team and a very large family. So typically every summer he would harvest 2,000 chum salmon. 2 summers ago, he was only able to harvest 2 chum salmon. That is, we're talking about not just, slightly lower returns. We're talking about returns that have fallen off the map. When I grew up fishing, you couldn't even drive to your fishing spot without your lower unit hitting fish. Everybody has an experience of accidentally harvesting 200 in your net. If you just let it soak 2 minutes too long. What I'm trying to say is the process has not been open to tribal members. We have not had reception. We have not had access to the process. And what we're asking for now is a seat at the table. And this isn't about school lunches or making sure that people have school lunches or, this is about food security. This is about people being able to feed their families and feed their families year-round.
The gentlelady could please conclude.
Yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, question for you. I hear the gentlelady talking about representation from what she views as underrepresented communities in Alaska. Certainly sensitive to that. I think that Native communities in Alaska certainly should have a voice at the table. But we got a couple of questions. Number one, a lot of us have Native communities in the areas that we represent. Do the Native Hawaiians have representation on the council?
Not per se, but as indigenous peoples. And if the gentleman would allow me to expand
Please.
to your next question, I do believe that Alaska Natives deserve this consideration, and I would not apply the same consideration to Native Hawaiians because I think they are adequately represented for the fishery size, importance, and for the other factors. So I do believe this is a special case.
All right, well, I think it's worth, thank the gentleman, I think it's worth pointing out that not all Native communities have specific seats on the councils, and again, Native Hawaiians do not. I'm looking at this from Mr. Benson's perspective. Right now, you have the council that's got six from Alaska. You have 3 from Washington and 1 from Oregon. I understand that we may need to think about allocation among states, and perhaps it is fair to have Alaska to have more, but you've got 6 already, so does it make sense to simply take some of the ones that exist now, some of the 6, and program those specifically for Native Alaskan members? Because otherwise you are further diluting the representation of the 1 member from Oregon. It does have an impact. And if we're going to take that same approach, Louisiana, we're such better fishermen than Alabama, then we should have all the Gulf Council members, right, Mr. Carl? I really wonder if there's not a better solution here, and instead taking 1 or 2 of the 6 that you already have and saying we're going to reserve these for Native Alaskans, because keep in mind that the Secretary of Commerce appoints your council members, based on recommendations from your governor. And so I wonder if there's a better way to address this, either with the governor or by tagging some of the existing members, those slots specifically to Native Alaskans.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yield to Mr. Westerman.
Thank the gentleman. And you bring up a great point that I observed while in August. I got a chance to go out on the west coast of Washington State, and I visited with the Nisqually tribe, who had a very similar story to what the gentlewoman from Alaska was telling about, reduced amounts of salmon in the Nisqually River. And they have great data on that. They actually put tracking devices in these salmon fry, and they took me down a boat to the Delta area, and there were sea lions just lined up for the smorgasbord as these salmon came down the river. And Mr. Bentz may be able to answer this, but I don't think there's any designation for Washington or Oregon natives on the council. Yeah, so if we're going to go down this road, maybe we need to look at the other states as well. Thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Petola Amendment number 1. I will pause so that members joining us remotely can unmute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Members will please mute again. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Representative Whitman, you have an amendment designated number 1. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to begin by responding to the gentleman from California's assertion about the effort that was undertaken in getting feedback from folks. And listen, I appreciate what you've done to go around the country. I would argue, though, that never was a word spoken to me. And, I was a manager of the Seafood Safety Program in Virginia for 20 years. Son is a commercial fisherman of nearly 20 years. I worked in the commercial fishing industry. And not a word spoken to anybody in the basin, which is the largest marine estuary in the entire United States. I find it hard to believe that we can have a piece of legislation that has this far-reaching impact on the number of fishermen here in this region. It was somebody with the experience in that realm and nary a word spoken. So I would argue
Would the
that
gentleman yield?
it's great. No, I'm going to continue. I argue that it's great that you have looked at these other areas, but not doing anything to look at the Middle Atlantic region or the Chesapeake Bay, I think completely cancels out an entire element of an incredibly important part of marine fisheries in the United States that now is on the outside looking in. Mr. Chairman, I have my amendment there at the desk. It's an amendment to the amendment in nature of substitute, and what it does is it simply strikes the entirety of Section 503. Section 503 makes some extreme changes to how reducing bycatch is administered under Magnuson-Stevens Act. The bycatch provisions now, again, are centered around about those limitations in bycatch that are practicable. And that just says that based upon the gear and based upon the technology that's there right now, to the extent practicable, we're going to do everything that we can to minimize bycatch. Section 503, I believe, upends the flexibility and puts an absolute on fisheries managers and puts them in a situation where under any circumstances, under any conditions, that they have no flexibility in what they need to do to manage bycatch, and it does that regardless of the nexus within the ecosystem. The current requirement under National Standard 9, I believe, already requires fisheries managers to limit bycatch. And based on the data that they have, based on the understanding that they have, based on public hearing, they do the most practicable effort to be able to reduce bycatch. And this includes a requirement to achieve optimum sustainable yield, which is National Standard 1, and to minimize adverse economic impacts on communities. Those things are reasonable elements to be able to put into this under National Standard 9. Unfortunately, this provision, Section 503, would take that out. Removing the practicability clause, I think, risks shutting down a number of commercial fisheries as well as recreational fisheries. If you look at folks in the charter business, depending on the time of year, there is incidental catch that happens there. And there are mortalities that happen with incidental catch, especially in warmer waters. You may catch a fish that you don't intend to catch, and because of warmer waters, you may do all that you can to try to revive that fish. It could pass, and then guess what? You are crossways with Section 503. I have an issue with this because I think that the folks that in the commercial fishing industry do all they can to responsibly harvest the resource, and to put this burden on them and risk them shutting down their fishery, their means of livelihood, I think is very problematic. And finally, this section I think is redundant and unnecessary. If you look at the January 2017 issuance by NOAA to the final rule that requires all federal fishery management plans to require standardized reporting methodologies that assess the amount and type of bycatch occurring in a fishery. And that allows you to understand what the bycatch is and then what you have to do in order to do what's practicable to be able to reduce that. The rule already establishes that the current requirements and guidance to the regional councils requiring what they need to do to develop, document, and put requirements in for bycatch reporting in all fisheries, and in turn, put forth what the means are that are practicable to be able to reduce bycatch. Again, my amendment is simple. It says simply that we're going to strike Section 503. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, regarding the process, I just want to assure Mr. Whitman that every effort was made to be open and inclusive. We put out public notice as broadly as we could before even beginning this national listening tour. We did indeed reach out to stakeholders in the Mid-Atlantic. We held a listening tour in Baltimore, and it was very well attended. I had other congressional colleagues that heard about it, showed up. I don't know if the gentleman was looking for more than that by way of invitation, but I would have welcomed your presence, Mr. Whitman, I really would. There were others from the Mid-Atlantic stakeholder community, certainly, that were there. It was a really good, robust discussion. And that was only part of the input, because we had a long, open, written feedback process as well. We also had a hearing in this committee last November. And I would just say that I believe that process is not over. I think there's still opportunities to talk to each other and work together and incorporate consideration of your concerns. So that's the process side. On the substance, this particular section, I think, makes a change that is much more benign than what has been characterized. Bycatch is a problem. And under existing law, there's a standard that says it should be reduced to the extent practicable. That has been interpreted by some to mean we don't take bycatch very seriously. And bycatch should be taken very seriously. It's a wasteful practice, and in some particular fisheries, in some situations, bycatch can be huge. The numbers are enormous, and sometimes those enormous bycatch numbers coincide with situations like some of Congresswoman Peltola's constituents who had their fisheries entirely shut down while bycatch numbers are off the charts for some of the same fish that they would like to be harvesting. So I think we have to take this seriously. This bill simply changes it from practicable to possible as an encouragement to take it more seriously. We've frankly gone back and forth and wrestled with what to do about this. I'm sure that conversation will continue. But the other thing it does is it elevates an innovation program. You're going to have bycatch. No one is under the illusion that you can eliminate bycatch. As long as you do trawling and certain other types of fishing, there's going to be some inadvertent bycatch. But we need to do everything we can to minimize and reduce it. So the innovation program that we include in this bill will help with that. And then the other, I believe, no-brainer provision here is the methodology that was referenced. This is not some undue burden. This is simply reflecting the fact that bycatch is reported differently by different people all over this country. And how are you going to manage bycatch if you don't at least have a consistent reporting methodology? There's nothing more to it than that. I think we need to make that change. And so I would urge folks to vote against this amendment and yield back.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of Mr. Whitman's amendment, which, like he said, strikes Section 503. This issue of bycatch is, it should be pretty much common sense and straightforward. And I think Mr. Huffman hit the nail on the head. He said there's going to be bycatch, and he wants to do something to eliminate bycatch. Well, there's one way to eliminate bycatch, and that's you quit fishing. And that's the concern that we have, that it's going to create a precedent and a standard that fisheries managers are going to look at it and say, well, you have to eliminate bycatch so you can't fish, or else it's going to create an environment where fishermen are concerned that they're going to be taken to court if they have bycatch. So there's a reason why it was in the current law. It says to the extent practicable, and I think that's a goal of eliminating bycatch is a good goal, but we're going to if this passes, which I don't think it'll ever get through the Senate, maybe not even through the House, we're going to end up with a situation where we have unintended consequences, and we'll be back here, sometime in the future trying to figure out how to correct a problem that is not as big a problem as this legislation makes it out to be. So again, I appreciate the gentleman offering the amendment, strongly support it, and I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment. You know, I would just make a big picture observation on this amendment and some other amendments that follow the same theme. And the observation is this. When we passed Magnuson-Stevens half a century ago, we had no idea how integrated our oceans were. We thought that somehow we could pass a law where you could go out and, regulate the catch in tuna, for example, and not really worry about instant. Obviously, we anticipated some of it with Magnuson-Stevens, but science has proved that the oceans are far more integrated, far more dependent on various parts of the oceans. And so the idea that we would kind of go backwards and try to treat Magnuson-Stevens as sort of a stovepiped exercise, either by the species that are affected, or for that matter, by the distance from shore, near shore, EEZ, open ocean, none of that is plausible anymore. And so the fact of the matter is that we have to manage on a holistic basis, and we have to worry about bycatch, and we have to worry about impacts on forage fish, as will be discussed in an upcoming amendment. And so it's entirely appropriate that we try to go out there and strengthen a focus, in this case, on bycatch, and enshrine into law what the best fisheries management councils are doing already, which is to contemplate bycatch consequences and limitations and results. And so, that's the big picture that we are discussing from a policy perspective, and I think that this amendment takes us backwards in that respect. Yes.
And just by way of some clarification, because again, I think we want to try to weed out the hyperbole in this conversation. The law says that the objective under Magnuson-Stevens is to minimize bycatch. By definition, that is an acknowledgement that there will be bycatch. I'm not trying to eliminate bycatch. No one is proposing in this bill to eliminate it. It's the words that follow that statutory language. Minimize bycatch to the extent current law says practicable. We would change it to possible, but you're still within the context of acknowledging bycatch will always exist. We're just trying to manage it more seriously. I think that's the reasonable interpretation of what we're trying to do, and I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I yield back. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Carl.
One quick thing, a little bit of common sense, let's try to apply it here. We're trying to take fishermen that are not ignorant people by no means, but they make a living out of catching fish, not keeping documentation. They're trying to feed their families. They're trying to provide the market with what the market needs, and yet we just keep restricting them and getting tighter and tighter and tighter, all for the cause of good management of fish. The people that will benefit the most from good management of fish are these fishermen, are these people that are catching these fish. So us not including them, I understand that my colleague had this tour that he keeps referring to. I would be interested later to have a conversation with him, find out where in the Gulf Coast he had it. I understand that my colleagues, it happened 4 or 5 years ago, they weren't aware of it, something anyway. With that said, did he come to the Mobile? Did he come to Ballabatry, talk to our fishing industry? That would be concern of mine, because I don't think he would have the same attitude if he talked to the people that I have to talk to every day when we start talking about these issues. With that said, I would like to give the remainder of my time to Mr. Whitman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Carl. I do want to be clear. We want to do everything we can to reduce as much bycatch as possible, no two ways about it. But I would argue with my colleague from California that his concern about the subjectivity with the words "to the extent practicable" is the same subjectivity that we're worried about could be used to shut down a fishery with the wording "possible." Because there's a whole lot of possibilities out there, but are they practicable? And it's great to research new technologies. I'm all for that. I want to do bycatch reduction in every way, shape, or form. But what's not kept in mind in this is you can do all the experimentation, but just like we saw with TEDs on the shrimp fishery, there's never a consideration about what it would cost for a fisherman to fully replace all of their gear. Great example would be in the Alaskan king crab fishery. Those pots themselves run about $2,000 a piece. If you have to rebuild those pots, and now you have 200, 300 pots in your inventory, and now because of a new requirement of possible, there's a lot of possibilities there. Now you have to replace all your gear. There's no provision given in here for the gear. We experiment and figure out a better way to do it, but there's no provision to say for a fisherman that may not have the financial wherewithal to say, now I've got to replace my gear in a realm where they're struggling just to keep up. I think those things, too, aren't considered with this. With that, Mr. Chairman, are you back?
Thank you. Ms. Patoli, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do appreciate the comments from the member from Virginia. Is that correct? You're from Virginia, correct? And I do think there's a difference between the bycatch of a small boat commercial fisherman, and I definitely identify with commercial fishermen. I grew up commercial fishing. I worked for the Division of Commercial Fisheries in the Department of Fish and Game. I am wholeheartedly in support of fishing families. What I'm concerned about is the bycatch from industrial fishing. And the bycatch from industrial fishing, we're talking about metric tons of juvenile salmon, crab, and halibut. Metric tons. And after 30 years of industrial fishing in the Bering Sea, where they're tossing out metric tons of juvenile crabs, halibut, and salmon, it catches up with us. And then we get to the point where people who depend on hundreds of salmon to fish their family, to feed their families every year, are not able to even catch single-digit numbers of salmon. So my concern is that in the interest of feeding people, especially rural Alaskans who have depended on the sea and ocean marine nutrients for thousands of years, we should be strengthening the limitations on bycatch. This amendment would delete that effort in the legislation before us today. Therefore, I oppose it and ask the members to oppose it with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Whitman Amendment number 1. I will pause so that members joining remotely can unmute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
No. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman, we request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. This vote will be postponed pursuant to the chair's prior announcement. Representative Whitman, you have an amendment designated number 2. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is a very simple amendment. It strikes certain language from Section 505B regarding the minimum required precautionary standard for the overfished fisheries and preventing overfishing portion of the bill. And my amendment simply eliminates the language in the amendment in nature of substitute to 16 U.S.C. 1853A10 that would require council, scientific, and statistical committees to set a wide range of boundaries on many day-to-day conservation and management recommendations that Fishery Management Council technical staff make to their fishery management councils. We all know that those councils have technical advisory staff that take data, look at it, analyze it, try to make some sense out of it. And these scientific and statistical committee members serve as part-time volunteers for their respective councils. And they're selected because they have experience. They have the scientific knowledge, the background, the educational background, the experience in the field. And these committees function largely as peer review bodies so that we can have some outside view on what's happening with the data. And they don't have the time or the resources to come together to establish science-based limits on the day-to-day empirical decisions that go into managing a fishery. They just don't have the time or the extent of opportunity to be able to do what this requires them to do. And that's why councils have their own technical and scientific staff. These dedicated council staff do an incredible job assisting councils to conserve and manage our nation's fisheries. They are indeed experts. They're immersed on a daily basis in the details of the individual fisheries that they manage. Scientific and statistical committees should peer review council and National Marine Fisheries Service staff work, not make decisions for them. I think that this places in the wrong realm the elements of what needs to happen with these scientific and statistical committees. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I must oppose this amendment. The reason these committees exist is to give councils the best available science to inform their fisheries management decisions. That's what it's all about. And this amendment would remove what I think is a common sense requirement that fishery management plan criteria should at least reflect the minimum standard that is inclusive of that best available science about the fishery. If the best scientists in that region are saying there's a red flag about overfishing, and a council chooses to ignore that and say, go ahead and overfish, that's a problem. That's what Magnuson was all about, to prevent that kind of thing from happening, to have sound fishery management built on the best available science. Unfortunately, I would oppose this amendment and urge members to vote no.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Whitman Amendment number 2. I will pause so that members joining remotely can unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
Members will please mute again. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Representative Whitman, you have an amendment designated number 3. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment adds the following language to the end of Section 502 dealing with essential fish habitat consultation. The language is, the requirements under this section shall not apply to the Department of Defense. In having had extensive conversations with the Department of the Navy, they're very concerned about increased requirements for adverse effects to habitat areas of particular concern that may not be practical to implement and could result in what I believe are substantial mission impacts and financial cost. Listen, there are some areas of habitat areas that have some very specific concerns in certain locations, but they can also include broad types of habitat cover such as corals both near and deep offshore, and it doesn't necessarily limit it to just water column over those corals. It can be in surrounding areas which create a whole significant area of concern for the United States Navy, especially as it relates not to their big craft, but their smaller craft. Remember, they have a lot of smaller craft that special operators operate, 11-meter ribs and others that would now be called into question as to how they operate, both in training and in operations. Some of the habitat areas of particular concern are located in fairly deep water and far from shore, and this also increases the complexity and financial expense associated with trying to monitor potential effects. In addition, there is a significant amount of ambiguity and inconsistency with the way fisheries management councils designate essential fish habitat and habitat areas of particular concern with respect to artificial structures. And those are new structures that are created every day by putting a ship on the bottom or old concrete from a bridge on the bottom. And those are in open water areas which not only themselves create an issue, and the Navy has to deal with those from a navigation standpoint, but now also impact them from an operational standpoint. And if corals and artificial structures are interpreted by the habitat areas of particular concern, this would vastly increase the cost and impact to the Navy's mission, given our extensive waterfront holdings and regular need to conduct maintenance on these structures, and which would now be considered habitat areas of particular concern. The Department of Navy should be concerned about reduced pathways to construct consultation and substantial changes in the duration of the consultation processes. There are a lot of things that they ought to be able to have the time to look at what the impact is going to be and comment on those impacts. And the consultation pathways now are significantly reduced in order for them to do that. My amendment, I believe, is a common sense amendment that ensures the Department of Defense can carry out their service to our nation and make sure they can continue on the path of their number one job, and that is to protect the nation and be able to successfully accomplish their mission. This, I believe, sidetracks them in many ways that take away from the resources that they use to do the things necessary to protect the nation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my colleagues' concerns regarding the Department of Defense. I do want to remind members that the only thing this bill does with respect my proposed bill does with respect to essential fish habitat is require a consultation. I don't think it's too much to ask the Department of Defense and anyone else to just engage in a consultation. I don't think it's going to stop them from doing their training and other exercises. But, while I would oppose a complete exemption of the Department of Defense from consultation, there may be some special considerations. And so I would be happy to work with the gentleman going forward to make sure that legitimate concerns of the department are met. But with that, I will oppose the amendment and urge members to vote no.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment by the gentleman from Virginia, who is also a senior member of the House Armed Services Committee. And this is not about commercial fishing or recreational fishing. This is about the very safety and security of our country. And as I think about this amendment, I reflect on a Codell that we took out to the South Pacific a few years ago, and a high-ranking Navy officer made a statement about how the Chinese understand our environmental laws better than we do. And that was followed up by certain projects that the Navy was trying to do in places that were being held up in court by lawsuits from environmental groups. And one of them I remember was on the island of Tinian, where probably the largest Air Force base ever built was during World War II. And the Navy couldn't go in and redevelop a small part of that island because it was all held up in environmental lawsuits. We saw that in other places, and the last thing we need to be doing in the world we live in today is restricting our Department of Defense from protecting this country and creating laws that allow foreign nations to have influence in our courts to prevent the Department of Defense from doing their job. And I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. I guess listening to this debate, I would paraphrase what one of my colleagues said of Congressman Young and say that environmental protection and our national defense are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they coexist just fine in many areas. And the fact of the matter is that if we are going to save our oceans, if we are going to have a sustainable fishery, if we are going to have a marine world that still works in another 50 years, nobody can utilize it with impunity. Nobody has carte blanche for our oceans, and that includes the Department of Defense. Now, I credit, and we're talking obviously primarily about the Navy, but not exclusively. I credit the Navy with really doing a sea change, so to speak, over the last 20 years or so in terms of its focus on conservation of our ocean resources. The Navy is far more understanding, far more receptive, far more participatory than they ever were in terms of ocean-related concerns. I just attended, for example, the meeting luckily in my backyard, of the U.S. Coral Reef Conservation Task Force on my home island of Hawaii about 2 or 3 weeks ago. The Navy was a full participant in the U.S. Coral Reef Conservation Task Force. They wanted to conserve our corals. They understood the need not only to do so, but the need that they be a contributing member of that. And I could give you other examples. Now, I'm not going to say that everything's okay with the Navy because we have whole areas of operation of the Navy in our oceans that are still highly problematic from an environmental perspective. And I don't believe that, again, those operations need to be mutually exclusive with our national defense. So I respectfully don't buy the argument that this amendment, this choice is necessary for national defense. As the chair said, this is a matter of consultation. And I think I take him at his word that if that consultation is overly burdensome on the Navy and on our national defense, then in fact we should take a very close look at it and figure out how we can accommodate that particular concern. But a simple request for consultation in this particular area of fish habitat maintenance, essential fish habitat, I think can be highly beneficial, not only to ocean conservation, but to the national defense and to the Navy's credibility in its use of our oceans as we go forward. So I must respectfully disagree with the gentleman on his amendment from that perspective, but certainly endorse the further kind of, evolution of this particular proposal. I yield back. Are there any further, is there any further discussion? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Whitman Amendment number 3. I will pause so that members joining remotely can unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. A recorded vote has been requested. This vote will be postponed pursuant to the chair's prior announcement.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Case. We now return to the previously requested postponed votes from last week. The question is on adopting H Resolution 1247 as amended and ordering it reported unfavorably. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
No. Napolitano votes no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Costa. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Sablon.
Aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
No.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Huffman. Aye. Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Gallego.
No.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Heiss. Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mrs. Radewagen. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Miss Porter.
Yes, Porter votes yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
No, Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Lejeune Fernandez votes yes.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Stansberry. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber, no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Peltola.
Stansberry votes yes.
Ms. Stansberry votes aye. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. Moore.
Nope.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes yes.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. San Nicolas.
St. Nicholas votes yes.
votes no.
Mrs. Boebert votes no. Mr. San Nicolas.
St. Nicholas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Garcia. Ms. Conway. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
McCullum votes aye.
Ms. McCullum votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye.
Napolitano votes aye. Change from no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye.
Mr. Chair, how am I recorded?
Gentleman from Arizona recorded. Mr. Gallego?
Mr. Gallego was recorded as a no.
Mr. Chair, I request to change my vote to a yes.
Mr. Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, this is
no.
Donald McEachin of Virginia. How am I recorded?
Mr. McEachin is not recorded.
I would like to be recorded as aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye.
Gomer votes no.
Mr. Gomert votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks to be recognized?
Graves, Louisiana,
Graves.
no.
Mr. Graves votes no.
Are there any members who wish to vote and not recorded or to change their vote? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 21 and the nays are 18.
The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted as amended and ordered reported unfavorably. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Westerman, do you have a motion regarding views at this point, or?
Mr. Chairman, under Committee Rule 5C, I give notice of my intention to file additional or dissenting views on the bill just considered and all bills considered during this markup, and I ask unanimous consent that this notice be extended to all members.
That objection so ordered, and the question is now on House Resolution 1248 as amended and ordinance reported unfavorably. A recorded vote has been requested, and the clerk shall call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva.
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Costa. Mr. Lamborn. No. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes.
Oh, I apologize. Aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Whitman. No. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Gallego.
Aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Heiss. No. Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Neguse. Mrs. Radewagen. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Webster. No. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Porter.
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
No.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Leger-Fernandez, yes.
Neguse votes yes
Ms.
as well.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes yes. Mr. Falter.
Folgers, no.
Mr. Falter votes no. Ms. Stansberry. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber, no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Peltola.
Stansbury votes aye.
Ms. Stansberry votes aye. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Moore.
Nope.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Ms. Harrell. Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert votes no.
Mrs. Boebert votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Garcia. Ms. Conway. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCullum votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye.
Mr. Chair, how is Mr. Neguse recorded?
Please. That's it. How is Mr. Neguse recorded?
Mr. Neguse is not recorded.
The clerk, please, if the clerk just read the names of any members not recorded, and then we'll go from there.
Mr. Costa. Mr. Graves.
Graves, no.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Neguse. Mrs. Radawagon.
Neguse votes aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Garcia. Ms. Conway. Mr. Cohen.
Any members who want to record their vote are not recorded or want to change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 21 and the nays are 19.
The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted as amended and reported unfavorably. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question is now on adopting H Resolution 1251 as amended and ordering it reported unfavorably. A recorded vote has been requested, and the clerk shall now call that roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Costa. Mr. Lamborn.
No.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
No.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Gallego.
Aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Heiss. Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mrs. Radawagon. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Porter.
Aye.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
No.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Leger-Fernandez votes aye.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Fulcher.
Folgers, no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Stansberry.
Aye.
Ms. Stansberry votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber, no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. DeGette.
Gad votes aye.
Mr. Gad votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Moore.
Nope.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Ms. Harrell. Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. San Nicolas.
Mr. Nicholas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Boebert votes no. Mr. Garcia. Ms. Conway. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Tonko.
Yes, they got me.
Ms. Talib.
McCollum recorded?
Yeah.
Ms. McCollum has already been recorded.
I'm recorded as an aye, correct?
Yes. Ms. McCollum has been
Did you
recorded.
hear-
Aye.
And Dingle was trying to say yes.
Mrs. Dingle votes no.
No.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Dingle votes aye.
Yes, how is
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how is Tonko recorded?
Mr. Tonko?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye.
Any other, are there members who wish to change, record their vote that are not recorded or to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Any other members? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 22 and the nays are 18.
Ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted as amended and ordered, reported
Hello?
unfavorably. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Hello,
Well, hello.
this is Cohen. Did y'all miss my vote?
The question is on adopting House Resolution 1252 as amended and ordering it reported unfavorably. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk shall call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva.
Yes?
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Costa. Mr. Lamborn. No. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Whitman. No. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Huffman. Aye. Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Graves.
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Gallego.
Aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Heiss. No. Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mrs. Radewagen. Mr. Levin. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Porter.
Porter's yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez-Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Yes.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Stansberry.
Aye.
Ms. Stansberry votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber, no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Peltola.
Yes.
Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Carl?
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee, aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mrs. Dingle?
Votes aye. Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. McEachin? Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes no.
Mrs. Boebert votes no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Garcia? Ms. Conway? Mr. Case?
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye.
Are there any members who are not recorded and wish to be recorded or change their vote?
Clerk, how is Moore recorded?
Mr. Moore is not recorded.
No, please.
Mr. Moore votes no.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, a vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 20 and the nays are 18.
The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted as amended and reported unfavorably. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question is on adopting House Resolution 1253 as amended and ordering it reported unfavorably. A recorded vote has been requested, and the clerk shall please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman?
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Costa?
Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Lamborn? No. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Sablon?
Aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Whitman? No. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego?
Aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Heiss? Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mrs. Radewagen? Mr. Levin?
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Porter?
Porter, aye.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
No.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Stansberry?
Aye.
Ms. Stansberry votes aye. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber, no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Peltola? Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Carl?
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. McEachin? Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes no.
Mrs. Boebert votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Garcia? Ms. Conway? Mr. Case?
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye.
Any member wish to record their vote that isn't recorded or to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, this is McEachin. I'd like to vote aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye.
Any other members? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk should please report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 18.
The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted as amended and ordered reported unfavorably. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We now return to H.R. 4690. We're considering amendments to the Grijalva Amendment in the nature of a substitute. At this point, I'm going to invite the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Huffman, if you would please assume the chair.
Mr. Chairman, could I just do a point of inquiry?
Yeah, who's requesting?
It's Ms. Dingle. Are we going to roll votes again?
Yeah.
Do we have any idea when the next series might be?
That's my intention. With this one was to make sure that the timing and everything required responding to the Republican inquiry resolutions was done on time, and we hope to roll them if at all possible, but it depends on what the floor does after 1:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Mr. Hoffman, if you would, thank you, sir. That's it.
Representative Bentz, I understand you have an amendment designated number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment designated number 8, and it would strike the essential fish habitat provision of Section 5. It would strike Section 502.
You are recognized on the amendment.
Thank you. During the Water, Oceans, and Wildlife Subcommittee hearings on this legislation, Mr. Mark Gorwilnick testified on behalf of the Council Coordination Committee, which is made up of members from the 8 regional fishery management councils. The councils are responsible for implementing most of the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, including designating essential fish habitat for most of their managed fish species. In his testimony, Mr. Gorwilnick stated that the councils believe the EFH can be a useful tool for fishery management. However, changes to the essential fish habitat that remove practicability standards include arbitrary terms such as adverse effects and mandate council inclusion on all consultations. This may be impractical. MSA's current use of "to the extent practicable" allows the councils the flexibility to define essential fish habitat and habitat areas of particular concern as necessary. Current law states that councils should minimize "to the extent practicable" adverse effects on habitat caused by fishing and identify other actions to encourage the conservation and enhancement of such habitat. This, however, must be balanced against other Act requirements, such as the requirements to achieve optimum yield and minimize adverse economic impacts on communities. Mr. Gorwilnick further warned that a requirement to define EFH and HAPC without that flexibility may result in broad definitions that have unintended consequences, such as the designation of harbors and marinas that may not be essential. Using terms such as adverse effects can have similar negative consequences without further guidance on what constitutes adverse effects. This may result in unnecessary mitigation requirements for fisheries. Lastly, I don't represent a coastal district, even though I represent approximately 3/4 of the state of Oregon. Yet several counties in my district have essential fish habitat designations. Union County in Oregon, for example, has 2 essential fish habitat designations covering a huge watershed for coho and Chinook salmon. That changes to the essential fish habitat consultation process will likely impact how that land is managed and how water managers can conduct maintenance on existing facilities and planning of future projects. I've listened with interest to remarks made regarding the nature of the language found on page 148 that talks about consultation. I just want to read the language. It says, with respect to any federal agency action that may have an adverse effect on essential fish habitat, each federal agency shall, it doesn't say consult, it says shall consult with the secretary, and then further, without modification, says ensure that any action authorized, funded, or undertaken avoids the adverse effect of such action on essential fish habitat, or to the extent that the adverse effect cannot be avoided, the agency shall minimize and mitigate. It has been suggested that this is a mere consultation requirement. This is not. This is far more than that. And if you take the time, all of us, of course, to read through the entire bill, you find it imposes significant more burdens upon, or additional burdens upon, those who would conduct activities within such habitat. It also redefines habitat areas of particular concern, dramatically expanding the scope of that particular definition. You can find that on page 155. The term adverse impact is on page 154. And it reads, the term adverse effect means, I said impact, adverse effect. The term adverse effect means, with respect to essential fish habitat, any impact that reduces the quality or quantity of essential fish habitat. It doesn't say any, in any qualified way whatsoever. It says any. So I just want to say, to suggest that this is a mere consultation provision is incorrect. This is a massive shakeup in how land is going to be managed, and it will affect land up in my part of Oregon 200 or 300 miles away from the ocean. And it will make it even more difficult to do things such as manage forests to improve our watershed. This language, that's why I'm bringing this amendment, to take this language out. It is going to create incredible amounts of litigation because the language is not refined. And anytime you use these all words or these shall words, you are begging for lawsuits, and that's what this will do unless it's removed. I suggest and request support for my amendment. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize myself. We've talked about this before. All of the language that the gentleman cited just now is in the context of a consultation. That is where the section begins and ends. There is no further legal implication. There's no right of action. There's nothing else to it. I don't think a consultation requirement to make sure that essential fish habitat is protected is asking too much of federal agencies. There's all sorts of other consultations that they engage in under the environmental laws. So for the reasons that we've already discussed pretty extensively, I will oppose this amendment and request that members vote no. Are there any other members that would like to be heard on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment that my colleague, Mr. Bentz, has proposed. And I also want to commend him on the great work he's done on the subcommittee and his attention to detail. And as you could tell by his testimony, he's read through the language. Mr. Bentz is an attorney, and he understands how language becomes law and the implications that can have. And I agree with the concerns that he's raised. And some of these we've already talked about with Section 502 and the essential fish habitat, and in this very consultation process that we're talking about. And we got kind of hung up on the words of practicability and possibility earlier, and it reminds me of back when I did engineering work and we were dealing with air permitting. You would have best available control technology of BACT, which considered economic analysis in it. And then you had maximum available control technology, which was MACT, and it just said whatever the science says is the engineering says is the maximum way that you can control these emissions. You have to implement that outside of any kind of financial or economic impact. And I think that drives to the point of what our concern is with the language in the bill in Section 502. And, maybe some scientists can come up with a purely scientific argument for doing something one way, but it negates the idea of any kind of economic analysis or any kind of cultural analysis or anything that would cause hardships, but simply because of the way this bill would be written with the current Section 502, it would drive people away from commercial fishing and drive people away from recreational fishing. And it would just be more of this mindset that we seem to have in our world today that we're not going to use the resources that we have. We're going to try to build a fence around them, somehow protect them, and not take anything else into account. So Mr. Bentz's amendment is a common sense amendment that I support. I encourage everyone to support it, and I yield back.
Are there other members that wish to be heard on this? Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask, so in this it says consultation, is that correct? Does it say coordination in any part?
I would have to reread all of the text and probably chew up the gentleman's time to make sure of that, but I'm not.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. If, I would just like to engage Mr. Bentz here. Did I hear you say that this could have impacts back into your district even though you're not on the coast? Is that accurate?
Yes, it is correct. And if you look at the designation of essential fish habitat, you'll find several of those designations in my forested area in my district, hundreds, if not thousands of acres, literally hundreds of miles away from the coast. And what this means, to answer your question further, if I may, is that if this bill were to pass with this language in it, would mean that anyone that's trying to do some sort of work within that forested area would have to go through this process. And more to the point, the Forest Service would have to ensure that whatever is being done would not in any way affect negatively fish. And so we already have consultation requirements that stop almost all activity. This would simply stack on top. Thank you for your question.
And so if I can extend my question a little bit further, I'm sorry, I wasn't fully paying attention for one part of your, when you were speaking earlier on behalf of the bill. Did you allude to the term coordination at all in your comments?
No, I did not.
So do you think it would be appropriate that they should be getting information from local governments, counties, and others who may be affected by this? Might that be appropriate?
It would certainly be appropriate.
Yeah, I would just say, Mr. Chairman, and I say this in all good faith, that one of the most important terms that we have in federal law is coordination. And consultation, cooperation, those various words like that don't get to what really should be happening here, which is coordination with these local units of government, including counties. And I think Mr. Bentz gives a good example here where he's not even in a coastal area. And they're going to reach back into the interior of Oregon and they're going to demand certain activities be taken. And without coordination, in other words, having an equal seat at the table, because everything that I've read in regards to the use of coordination and as it was originally put in federal language on these natural resources issues, it is the establishment where you are equal at the table, where, in other words, county, local governments get an equal seat at the table. They don't get a preeminent seat. They get an equal seat at the table with these federal agencies, and it doesn't sound like that's happening here. Consultation does not do that. Coordination would. And I'm sorry I didn't engage with you earlier to suggest that we include coordination in this, but I think it's a very important concept that should be followed through when we're dealing with these natural resources issues. And I'll yield back.
All right, I thank the gentleman, and I'm happy to consider that helpful suggestion as we go forward. Other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question then is on Ben's amendment number 8. I will pause so the members joining remotely can unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
Members will please mute again. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to the chair's prior announcement. Ranking Member Westerman, you have amendment designated number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And what my amendment would do is help Native Americans in the Pacific Northwest who have historically relied on salmon for their customs, cultures, and traditions. As I mentioned earlier, I had an opportunity to visit numerous tribes in the Pacific Northwest to learn and better understand their needs and how we can work together in the years to come. And one of those visits included a stop at the Nisqually Reservation in the Puget Sound watershed. The Nisqually have been leaders in hatchery production and conservation of salmon for decades. Despite all of their efforts, they continuously watch sea lions and seals. These are animals that are protected under the Marine Mammal Protection Act to devour millions of salmon that the tribe has reared. They actually put tracking devices in these salmon fry, and they were relating numbers to me like less than 5% of the salmon actually make it into Puget Sound, and a lot of their tracking devices end up in California sea lion dung on the banks there. Back to animal dung. The tribe, through their innovation, they've gained great technical data. If you want to talk about science, go look at the work that this tribe has been doing in their efforts to conserve salmon populations. This is what we're talking about has been done before on the Columbia River, where the same thing was happening. Fortunately, both sides of the aisle came together 2 Congresses ago to help remedy the situation by allowing Washington, Oregon, and Idaho and certain tribes in the Columbia watershed to remove sea lions by lethal and non-lethal means. My amendment is modeled on that bipartisan common sense law. It would allow the state of Washington and federally recognized tribes with treaty rights in the Puget Sound watershed to remove these marine mammal predators. I'm proud to say that my friends on the Nisqually Reservation support this amendment. This amendment is by no means a cure-all for salmon, but it is a start. If this bill we are considering today is about conserving our fishery resources, then I cannot think of a better way than to conserve, starting right here in this area by empowering tribes to perform a service that's based on precedent. This will enhance the fisheries and the tribe's way of life. I encourage my colleagues to carefully consider this and support this amendment. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. And do other members want to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Benz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I join the ranking member in supporting this amendment. I just want to share the experience that we've had on the Columbia River and the challenge that these sea lions and seals have presented to our salmon runs. We have had some success now that we're able to take a few of these creatures. I hate to point out that most of these have swum up from California, Mr. Chair, and they're really intruding into the Oregon area. I'm really not joking. That's exactly where they did come from, and so nothing against them for wanting to come up and feast upon our endangered species, but this is an opportunity to address this issue, and it certainly needs to be addressed. So, of course, I join the ranking member in supporting this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Do other members wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, I'll recognize myself then this is a legitimate issue. We've engaged on it in this committee before, and I have supported legislative changes that provide some additional tools in order to manage this situation. Now, we do create unnatural predator traps in places like the Bonneville Buffet that are really the source of this problem, and it's not the poor sea lion. But I have supported management tools in the past, and we've taken action to improve this situation. This is the Magnuson-Stevens Act reauthorization, and I will say that what you're talking about with this amendment more properly belongs in a discussion of the Marine Mammal Protection Act. That's that is frankly what this conversation is all about. So it is not appropriate, I think, as an amendment to this legislation. Current law already allows for annual lethal takings, and the problem with this amendment is that it expands that authority without any oversight or measures to determine success or other safeguards. When we did create those additional tools before, we were very careful about the way we did it. This amendment proposal unfortunately takes a ready, shoot, aim approach. It's a great way to distract from other problems that are impairing salmon, devastating impacts of dams, pollutants, climate change, and pretending that if we just shoot some sea lions, the problem will be solved is a helpful distraction, but it is not a serious fishery management tool. And so I urge members to vote no on this amendment and yield the balance of my time. If there are no other members that wish to be heard on this amendment, I will pause so that members joining remotely can unmute, and I'll ask all those in favor to say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and
That's a
the
recorded
amendment
vote.
is not agreed to. The motion reconsidered laid on the table. A recorded vote has been requested. It will be postponed pursuant to the chair's prior announcement. Before continuing to the next amendment, I will pause for a correction from the clerk.
The vote totals for H.Res 1247 were announced incorrectly as 21 ayes and 18 nays. The correct totals were 21 ayes and 19 nays. The correct totals are reflected on the clerk's tally sheet. The outcome is not affected.
Thank you for that clarification. Ranking Member Westerman, you have an amendment designated number 2. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment seeks to bring some common sense back to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, which proposed last month to implement unworkable vessel speed restrictions all the way from Massachusetts to Florida under the guise of protecting North Atlantic right whales. My amendment would prohibit implementation of this bill until the Secretary of Commerce certifies that any new regulations, including speed restrictions for right whales, will not restrict fishing opportunities. Recreational and commercial fishing organizations, including lobstermen, maritime companies, and labor unions, have legitimate concerns over this proposal. No one is opposed to helping whales, but this is a classic regulatory overkill. According to this map behind me, the new regulation would create massive speed restrictions throughout much of the East Coast from November 1st to May 30th on an annual basis. A letter from 12 well-known recreational fishing organizations indicates that thousands of boats ranging from 35 to 65 feet long will be subject to new speed restrictions. This letter, which I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record, states that many boaters and fishermen will forego boating and fishing trips altogether due to the time, cost, and safety burdens imposed by the rule. Is there any objection to submitting that?
Without objection, it'll be entered in the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This, in turn, will negatively impact local marinas, tackle shops, and local businesses that are dependent on the blue economy. I also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters from seafood sector participants and restaurant and retail groups.
Without objection.
The letter goes on to say that there have only been 6 documented cases since 2005 where boats under 65 feet have collided with right whales. Yet a justification and analysis for this overreaction have yet to be provided. The letter asks NOAA to coordinate with the 3 regional Atlantic fishing councils, which should be a no-brainer, but seems to be a foreign concept to NOAA. Let me be clear. Everyone believes in right whale conservation, but the NOAA proposal is once again a federal government knows best philosophy that will likely do very little to protect whales while undermining coastal communities and their way of life. NOAA has granted a 30-day public comment period extension, but its one-dimensional approach to this proposed rule does not hold much promise for a reasonable final rule. I encourage my colleagues to support this very important amendment. I also encourage NOAA to do their job in a way that is beneficial to Americans and takes into account more than just their narrow view on many of these things. And I yield back.
Do other members wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, I will recognize myself then for 5 minutes. The gentleman says everybody wants to protect the right whale, but shutting down NOAA in a rulemaking process where it's trying to protect the whale is an interesting way to do it. So look, the right whale needs protection. When we took the majority, when Democrats took the majority in the 116th Congress, we had a hearing on this subject. And at that time, there were less than 420 right whales in existence. 3 years later, only 336 remain, making them at very high risk of going extinct. So I think we should all be supportive of efforts by NOAA and everyone else to try to protect this highly endangered whale. Second, the gentleman's amendment says that the act, meaning the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which we're reauthorizing, would effectively be shut down. The entire federal framework for managing federal marine fisheries would just stop until the Secretary confirms that there'll be no new regulations on right whales or anything else that might restrict fishing opportunities. And I'm not sure if the gentleman fully understands what that means in terms of fishing management. Fishery management councils vote on fishery regulations all the time, including opening seasons, or opening the season, catch limits, season limits, gear requirements. All of these technically could be considered restrictions on fishing opportunities under this amendment. By requiring the Secretary to certify that the department won't issue any new regulations, you're essentially shutting down all fisheries in the United States. I hope that's not what the gentleman intended, but this is a poorly written amendment that frankly, even the Trump administration knew better than to propose something like this. When they issued their 2-for-1 executive order on regulations, they recognized that that would not work for fisheries, so they exempted federal fishery regulations. This is a poorly conceived amendment. I urge members to vote no. Since there are no other members that wish to be heard on this amendment, I will pause so that members joining remotely can unmute, and all those in favor should say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. A recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. Ranking Member Westerman, you have an amendment designated number 11. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike Section 508, which focuses on forage fish. This section would require the Secretary of Commerce to designate forage fish species using a very broad commercial species as Alaska pollock, our nation's largest commercial fishery, Pacific whiting, our largest West Coast commercial fishery, Alaska Pacific cod, both East and West Coast squid, as well as Gulf of Mexico and South Atlantic shrimp, all of which are incredibly valuable food resources to our nation. This bill would require the regional councils to reduce the allowable harvest of these species to provide food for all other fish species, marine mammals, seabirds, and other marine wildlife. This will result in an immediate reduction in food availability for Americans, as well as reduced supplies of bait for charter and recreational fishing activities. The scientific data needed to calculate the annual dietary needs of all other fish, mammal, and bird species that swims, crawls, or flies in the ocean is simply not available, nor will it likely ever be, and it will most certainly not be regularly updated to ensure adaptive management. If this bill is enacted, the Secretary will resort to precautionary decision-making to reduce the commercial harvest of these species, possibly even creating new marine protected areas, all no doubt intensified by opportunistic legal action from environmental groups. To make matters worse, 2 federal agencies responsible for implementation, NOAA and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, have not formally commented on the potential impacts of this section. Thankfully, 3 of the regional fishery management councils in the North Pacific, Pacific, and Mid-Atlantic have commented. Each raised multiple concerns regarding the definition of forage species, the lack of available scientific data, negative implications for valuable commercial fisheries, and the fact that the councils already address ecosystem-level concerns. The Water, Oceans, and Wildlife Subcommittee heard direct testimony from Mr. Mark Gorelnick at a November 2021 hearing on this bill. Mr. Gorelnick chairs the Pacific Council and the Council Coordinating Committee, the very folks we have put in charge of managing our nation's fisheries. He presented the Regional Council's consensus statement on forage fish management, saying, and I quote, "Any legislative definition of forage fish based on broad criteria unintentionally includes other important target fish species, such as sockeye salmon, and allows for various interpretations by different interested parties, and thus invites litigation." This bill disregards these experts who actually manage species. I do not intend to disregard them, and I do not intend to reward serial litigants. For that reason, I am offering this amendment to strike Section 508 from the ANS. I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Do other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Case, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, just to be very clear with the comments by the ranking member, this legislation does not define forage fish. It does leave it to a process, a very scientifically based process to result in that definition. So we're not micromanaging that process. And so actually the quote that you made from the testimony before our listening sessions supports the view that this forage fish definition should be developed through scientific consultation first. Second, you simply cannot effectively manage the fisheries of our country, much less the fisheries of our world, without managing forage fish. To say otherwise is a fundamental misunderstanding of the marine ecosystem, which depends on a very, very specific apex. And if you break any portion of that apex, from the top apex predators to the bottom and the forage fish in between, you don't have a managed fishery. Don't take my word for it. Go out and take a look around the world at countries and areas that do not manage their forage fish or that allow overfishing in their forage fish. Take a look, for example, at the countries of Africa, the Gulf of Guinea, many countries in the Gulf of Guinea, invaluable fishery there. The forage fish provide really a great deal of the protein for the populations of those countries. And that's worked for a long, long time. And yet those forage fish are being fished out, not only by the failure to manage correctly the actual taking for basic day-to-day consumption, but by the large fleets that are now cheating into the forage fish area from the larger trawlers that are supposed to be fishing the larger fish. And that is creating not only a crash of the forage fishery, but a crash of the other fisheries as well. And so, you know, to sit here and say that somehow we're going to have a Magnuson-Stevens Act that has any bearing on managing our fishery, and by the way, we're not going to deal with forage fish, is A, completely contrary to science, B, has been proven to be the wrong approach in the rest of the world, and in fact in our country where some of our councils have from time to time wanted to ignore the question of forage fish, and C is just bad policy all around. And so the bottom line is that, again, back to my earlier comments, when we started out with Magnuson-Stevens 50 years ago, I don't think we understood the interrelationship of these various food chains throughout our marine ecosystem. And perhaps today we don't really understand the totality of it currently, but we know darn well that there is that interrelationship. And we know darn well that if we're going to do an effective fisheries management program and improve it, we should be strengthening our management of forage fish. We should be allowing for the interactions of science and policy deliberation in the management of forage fish as part of the overall management, not essentially cutting it out because somebody doesn't want us to go into this area. That's completely the wrong direction. So with respect, I oppose my colleague's amendment. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Do other members wish to be recognized on this amendment? Mr. Benz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just had a question or maybe a clarification from the authors of the bill. And it's on page 179, and the assertion is that not later than 18 months after the date of enactment of the Sustaining Fisheries and Futures Act, the Secretary shall establish by regulations guidelines to assist. And I'm just unclear on maybe you can clear up for the record what that means, assist, because it appears to me that it means to help, but not necessarily to direct. But then I read further, and it looks like a lot more like the councils would have no means of avoiding whatever those regulations might be. Maybe you can clear up the record.
I will take a stab at it, Mr. Benz. My understanding is that since forage fish will be different in each region, the councils are going to have to promulgate the final regulation on forage fish. And so what the secretary would do is put the guidelines in place to initiate that process.
Well, thank you, and I'm just, for looking ahead to another one of mine amendments later about litigation. This is a question to assist folks later when they're arguing over whether or not they have to follow those regulations. So your qualifications welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? I will just briefly recognize myself to state that when we did our listening tour, I believe in every region we went to, there was consensus that you've got to tackle forage fish. You can't just leave it out. There was lots of debate about how you define forage fish, and that continues to kind of seep into the conversation. It's a lot of people have concern that some of the fish that they currently count on will be defined in ways that they shouldn't. And so rather than provide a statutory definition, I think we did the right thing by setting this process in place. There will be opportunities for the fishing community to be a part of that process at every step, and hopefully we will get it right. But we've got to tackle forage fish, and I think this is the right process for doing it. With that, we'll move on to a vote. I will pause so that members joining remotely can unmute. All those in favor of this amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. A recorded vote has been requested, and that vote will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. Representative Carl, you have an amendment designated number 1. You're recognized. Sorry we didn't make it to Alabama, but yeah, if you want to invite me.
My amendment actually, section 606, the effective date. This effective date is when NOAA will finalize the proposed rules to the fisheries of Caribbeans, Gulf of Mexico, and South Atlantic reefs, fishing reefs. This bill will prohibit the bill from taking effect that NOAA has got on their calibration of states. And federal red snapper obviously is what I'm targeting the most, without including the recreational data that we have collected in the state of Alabama through the Great Red Snapper Act. Bureaucrats in NOAA feel like they can drag a net over a reef, and I know everyone in here has heard it over and over and over again, and do a population count. In Alabama, through the University of South Alabama, we actually take robotics. We go down to the reefs, we identify the fish, the length, the weight, and also do a count. From that count, we came up with about 300% more than what NOAA came up with. We've got new data coming up next year, and this bill simply tries to postpone any of that, those dates from coming into effect against our fisheries until we have more data. Mr. Chairman, you said yourself, good policy consists of science and participation from stakeholders. I'm offering the science, and I'm also offering the stakeholders, which would make good policy under your own terms, by trying to include this data that we, the taxpayers, paid for. We paid for this data. So we want to use this data. It was, again, we're taking bureaucrats in Washington and we're trying to come up with numbers without including locals. We've done an incredible job in the state of Alabama. We have an app. People come in from fishing trips. They actually download, tell us the fish they caught, give us a general idea of weight count, so on and so forth. So we're collecting data. We're doing it on a minute-by-minute basis versus, and it's a phone app that the state actually designed, and it's working very, very well. Again, I propose that we postpone these dates until we can get all this data together and make for better policy. You know, NOAA and their counting system, it's outdated technology. Dragging a net is not rocket science, I get it. We used to have to do it that way. It worked for a time period, but now we've got so much better quality science that we can introduce. So I encourage us as a committee, as Republicans and Democrats, to come together. I wish my friend from Alaska was here. She was talking about the history of fishing and her background. I've got one of my favorite pictures. I've got a 27-year-old daughter now, and I've got a picture of her 1 year old in my backpack. We would fish all day together. So I raised my children. My family raised us, enjoying the outdoors, enjoying fishing, enjoying and being responsible for that next trip. So I think if we don't include data, if we don't include the experiences that we have got. In the South, in South Alabama, the snapper season is looked forward to all year. It's like Mardi Gras. Our fishermen spend hundreds of thousands of dollars getting boat and tackle prepared for it to go out and catch a couple of fish a day each. If we cut that back, that's going to be devastating to my district. Let's collect that documentation. Let's represent the people, please, is all I'm asking that we do here. And we can do that. I can respect what's needed in Alaska. Alaska can certainly respect what's needed in Alabama without tearing one another apart over these issues. So for that reason, I ask for support of this amendment to Section 606, the effective date. I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Do other members wish to be heard? Mr. Case, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I must oppose this amendment. And first of all, to the author of the amendment, I certainly understand the passion for red snapper. Although I have not sampled the Gulf of Mexico's red snapper, we have red snapper in Hawaii. Those being tropical, subtropical waters, we call it onaga. It is a highly valued fish, and it is very prone to overfishing. So its popularity lends itself to scrutiny as to whether it is sustainable or not. And that's the context for my opposition to your amendment. We are trying, of course, to apply science to underpinning fishery management in our country's waters, in particular our federal waters, but not exclusively, and try to drive better use of data for fishery decisions. And the process that NOAA is going through, pursuant to law, is a process that tries to achieve that. We are trying to achieve a sustainable fishery for red snapper that in a complicated environment where you have a number of states that are participating. There's state waters, there's federal waters, there's all kinds of a matrix that has to be put together to actually pull it off. The fish don't care about what state they're in. They don't care about whether they're in state water or federal water. And frankly, I think that your characterization of the amendment as I forget what you said, but just a process to involve the states and to include consultation. This amendment would cancel the entirety of the Magnuson-Stevens law if the NOAA rule goes into effect. So obviously you don't care for the NOAA rule. That's my interpretation. And your remedy for that is to not allow anything else to go into effect. And first of all, I think that's a little severe for what we're trying to achieve. But let's just go back to the background here. Of course, since 2018, largely as a result of your and others' commitment to this particular issue, the private recreational snapper fishery has been managed under a state management system which allows each of the 5 Gulf states, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas, to determine when and how private anglers should fish for red snapper in both their state and associated federal waters. And this includes the responsibility to accurately monitor the red snapper catch of their anglers throughout the year and ensure that the sector stays below its limit. And as you know, there have been different ways of calculating what that catch is between the various states. There has not been a uniform calibration among catch monitoring systems across these states. And as a result, we have seen excesses in terms of overfishing in the private recreational fishing sector to exceed the sustainable catch limits. And that's risking great progress in this area over the last couple of decades. The NOAA rule simply tries to achieve a uniform calibration system where we can all say, yeah, okay, fine, that's what the limit is. That's uniform from state to state. No state gets to kind of cheat on it by applying a different calibration or by omitting this or that data. And I think that that's a wise overall policy. So this is needed to make sure that the management system does comply with Magnuson-Stevens and addresses serious design flaws in the Gulf State management system for the private recreational red snapper fishery. If this proposed rule is promulgated in early 2020, state management of the red snapper fishery will comply with the law and will help, I believe, return fairness among sectors and sustainability to the fishery. And I'd like to think that that is the appropriate way for us all to proceed, to provide some kind of common standards, some type of common way of assessing what those limits are and applying it to each of those states so that there's not a disincentive by any one state to essentially overfish, or for that matter, the recreational fishery. As I've seen again in my own state with the popularity, we've seen overfishing, so it's a real risk. So for those reasons, I respectfully oppose your amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Other members wish to be heard? Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Case, I want to ask you a question. Could you name the species that the state of Alabama or the state of Louisiana have allowed to be overfished?
No, I cannot.
And nobody can.
But not for
Nobody
lack
can.
of, okay, fine.
So this is an important point, though. This is a really important point. And you indicated that you hadn't had the chance to come fish red snapper in Louisiana, and I'm not going to step in and tell you how to regulate fisheries in Hawaii, but there's some really important facts that I think need to be out in the open here. Number one, the MRIP system, which is what they're trying to calibrate to, the National Marine Fisheries trying to calibrate to. The national academies looked at it, and they said that there are, and I don't remember their exact words, but effectively fatal flaws with that system. Number two, the system that Louisiana's developed, the LA Creel system, the system that Alabama and the other states have developed, they are more accurate and more dynamic, meaning that MRIP is somewhat of a static tool of measuring fisheries pressure stock. You can look the next year at what happened the previous year. I can tell you what happened last weekend in Louisiana as a result of LA Creel, something we agreed to pay an extra fee on so we could fund it to create this data. NOAA will tell you it is a better data system. Alabama, Texas, Florida, we have better data systems that are more dynamic. They do a better job managing, very actively managing the fisheries pressure from the recreational anglers on the stocks in those respective states. I think I can speak for Mr. Carl here when I say, look, I've got kids. I hope to have grandkids. I have no desire to overfish, none. And I've asked whenever our state had a cushion of about 8 to 10%, I said, do not fish it. I said, keep it in the bank. Let's put cushion there. What's going on in the frustration behind what Mr. Carl his amendment is going on here? What the impetus for this? Look, when I was a kid, we could fish year round. All right, look at that one. That's bigger than yours, Jerry. So fish year round when I was a kid. During the Obama administration, they came back and they told us 9 days. 9 days is all we were going to be able to do for recreational red snapper fishing. And we ended up working, got to give a lot of credit to Senator Shelby and others. We funded what's called the Great Red Snapper Count, the most thorough, independent, this was all academic, all academia that stepped in and did this. They came back and said that there were nearly triple the red snapper in the Gulf of Mexico as compared to the stock that NIMS was managing under. Triple. So to come back and tell the state of Alabama, to tell the state of Mississippi, we're going to recalibrate and you're going to have to reduce the amount of fish that you're catching, whenever the most thorough analysis came back and said you have triple the fish, it's frustrating. And all that Mr. Carl is trying to do is make sure that we don't go to less accurate data, because I think the Modern Fish Act that I mentioned earlier, Mr. Huffman, it requires that you use the most accurate data. So the direction that National Marine Fisheries Service is moving in right now is less accurate. It's less accurate science or data collection. It's not dynamic, and even the National Academies beat up the system that they're trying to calibrate to. I yield to Mr. Carl.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Very quickly, you know, the way the Gulf is shaped and the way, this is nothing new for us. We've been sinking school buses and tanks and ships out in the Gulf since the 70s. We've been building reefs. We've got sandy bottoms. We don't have any natural coral where I'm from, but we have close to 2,000 of these reefs that are built. I invited colleagues from the other side of the aisle to actually take a trip with us into with the University of South Alabama Explorer boat. No one took me up on it. We went out. You can see how this works, and it is countless reefs that we have built. We have got fish on top of fish on top of fish. You're talking about bait fish earlier. Term you used went right over my head, but you're basically talking about bait fish. Our reef fish are destroying our bait fish on these reefs. They're becoming less and less plentiful because the snappers and grouper also are just taking over. All I'm asking is let's indoctrinate, let's put this science in this and ask this date to be postponed until we get all the science put together. And just for the record, they're red snapper because they start in Alabama, even though they flow through Louisiana, and he catches them, they're still Alabama fish. Thank you.
Any other members wish to be heard? Ms. Harrell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Mr. Carl's amendment would condition enactment of the bill upon NOAA not finalizing its red snapper data calibrations and harvest levels rule. NOAA has proposed a premature and flawed rule that would convert the red snapper harvest data collected by each state to the agency's outdated Marine Recreational Information Program, MRIP, which my colleague just discussed, and adjust state quotas based on those ratios. The National Academy of Sciences, which recently sanctioned the White House's science advisor, Jane Lubchenco, for scientific integrity violations, has deemed MRIP to have fundamental flaws. NOAA needs to fully integrate data from the Great Red Snapper count before it proceeds on this rule, move on from the outdated MRIP program, and listen to the states. I may not represent red snapper or a state with red snapper or Gulf of Mexico shores, but I stand with our colleague, Jerry Carl, today and urge adoption of this amendment. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Will the gentlelady entertain a question?
No.
No. But Mr. Case, I'll recognize myself and yield you some time if you want to.
Well, again, first of all, Mr. Carl, I did get your invitation. I did seriously consider it. I'd love to come. So please don't take my own absence from your invitation as any disrespect or lack of interest. I think we're all trying to help our fisheries. But here's the point. I don't hear either of you talking about the basic underlying point of the rule, which is to standardize the calculations of fish catch. Okay, we can talk about what those fish catch limits should be, but I think that's another debate. All I think I hear going on here is the inconsistent calibration among 5 states is causing a disincentive to accurate management of the fishery. This is not a one-state fishery. This is a Gulf of Mexico fishery. So I don't hear either of you responding to that concern.
Well, Jim,
reclaiming my time, I just want to add to this. we do have 5 states, and that is part of the challenge here. But there are differences in the way these states are beginning to measure recreational data and some improvements. Mr. Graves has taken me down to Louisiana, shown me the way their state is doing it. It seems like a vast improvement from the way it's been done in the past. There's been pretty sketchy recreational fishing data historically, and that's a challenge for our councils as they try to do the balancing that they have to do. But the point I would make, I strongly agree with Mr. Case, that you don't hold the entire federal marine fisheries law hostage while this gets resolved, and you certainly don't put a thumb on the scale and say it has to be resolved the way this state is doing it. There is a process underway, and the very region that these gentlemen represent, your Regional Fishery Management Council supports this process. So why we would want to kill that process and legislate an outcome of that process is beyond me, but it certainly is at odds with the difficult work that these regional councils have to do. They've got lots of stakeholders. It's not just recreational fishermen. It's not just red snapper fishermen that are engaged as stakeholders. And so I think we need to let that broader view, that difficult task of trying to calibrate and reconcile these different data sets move forward, and maybe they'll get it right. But if they don't, I'm sure we're going to be talking about it more and trying to fine tune it. It is a legitimate issue, the differences and the disparities between these data sets. I'm not suggesting otherwise, but we need to let the process move, and for that reason, I'm going to ask members to vote no on the amendment. I have a little bit more time. Mr. Graves, did you want to ask a question or make a point?
You both have brought up a fair point. You have. Ensuring uniformity, that's a good, fair point. But I also want to go back and address that a little bit. So first of all, the way that the ultimate allocation to Alabama and Texas and Louisiana is done, it's done through the council process. So they're looking holistically and saying, okay, here's the sustainable harvest that you can do on the rec, commercial, what have you. And so that's allocated at the council level. So you are correct that Alabama measures one way, Louisiana measures another, and looking at uniformity, that's fair. Here's the problem that I think we see, and Mr. Carl, if I can, a little liberty to speak for you on this one. I think the concern we have is the systems that we're using to measure the fish, the impact on the harvest, on the stocks, is more accurate than MREP. So you're going to take a more accurate system that our states have developed, and you're going to translate them back to a less accurate system that then results in reducing the fish for recreational anglers, for Mississippi, for Alabama, whenever the best science that's out there says that the harvest is triple than what they're managing under MREP. So,
but Mr. Graves, if I could just reclaim my time on this point, it's not as simple as that. I would say respectfully. There's also a historic data set that has to be reconciled so that as you look backward and try to plot the trends in these species, you have a data set that you can use. And however inaccurate it may be, this is what's been used in the past. And so that's why this process is very complex, it's very technical, and they are trying to reconcile both for that backward data set consideration and going forward. You're not wrong. I mean, this is going to be more accurate, I think, than what's been used in the past. That doesn't mean it's as simple as just superimposing it. There's difficult technical work that needs to happen, and that's the process. Your Regional Management Council supports this process. I think we ought to let it play out. My time has expired. Do other members want to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Pence.
I yield my time to Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Pence. Mr. Chairman, what we're doing right now is we're going from millimeters, which is what the states are measuring under, and you're saying we need to calibrate to feet. It's a less accurate unit of measure. And the comment about the council, I think, is somewhat misleading because the council's hands are tied. The council's hands are largely tied on what they're able to do in this case. And so Mr. Carl's amendment is going to result in more accurate data, which I think is required under the Modern Fish Act. If we're just going to sit here and ignore laws, do we just get to pick and choose which ones we're going to ignore? The National Academies, as the ranking member, Harold, just said, National Academies called this system flawed, fatally flawed. It's an inaccurate system. And then just the common sense of, if the most accurate data, the most accurate assessment of the health of the stock has said that it is triple It is tripled in what MRIP is managing under. Why in the world would this result in an outcome where Alabama has to reduce the amount of days or the amount of catch? It lacks the application of common sense. And I want to say I strongly urge that we use more accurate data, that we follow the law, we use better science, and we take more time to calibrate in a way that doesn't blunt the accuracy of the data, but takes advantage of the more accurate systems that our respective states have developed. And with that, I'll yield the remaining time to Mr. Carl, if you'd like it. Okay, all right, yield back to Mr. Benz.
Yield back, Mr. Chair.
Other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, I will pause so members joining remotely can unmute. All those in favor of this amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Carl, we're going to move to some of Mr. Graves' amendments. Representative Graves, you have an amendment designated number 1, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief here, and I plan to withdraw this amendment. I made a comment in the opening statement about the fact that you all worked with us on making reforms to the fisheries disaster management process. This process, as Mr. Carl and others will tell you, it takes years to determine that, to actually do an assessment under the current process to determine whether there's actually adequate data for a fish disaster declaration, then takes years to get money out to the impacted communities. I think I have a poster for that.
Pick a card, any card.
So Mr. Chairman, look, I mean, this is my home state. 1 in every 70 jobs are tied back to the seafood industry. 1 in every 70. So when we have a disaster, when we have a disaster and a collapse of fisheries or the industry, this has a profound impact on our economy. And you've got to put this on top of what is going on with the background. Fuel prices, unfair competition. We have proven that other countries are dumping, that they're illegally subsidizing aquaculture or farmed fish and shellfish that our fishermen have to compete with. And one of the biggest industries that I know affects both Mr. Carl and I is shrimp. Huge impact. And these are the folks that are not getting, this is the shrimp poster, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, all right. And these are the folks that are not getting assistance under the disaster aid that we've appropriated to these respective states. And so I want to thank you all because this program is not working. It's not getting the financial aid into the folks that need it. They've got these background issues with higher fuel costs, with background issues with unfair competition from other countries. And so I just want to say thank you. I'm going to ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment, but it does ensure that we can get aid into the hands of these impacted communities faster.
Well, I thank the gentleman for that and for recognizing the effort we've made to improve the fishery disaster provisions of Magnuson-Stevens. I've had fishermen as well who are not wealthy folks and that have to wait 2-3 years for disaster relief. It just doesn't work in the real world. So we got to do better, and I am committed to continuing to work with the gentleman and others to make that happen. Mr. Graves.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I ask unanimous consent? Sorry, I withdrew that amendment, Graves 1.
Yeah.
Ask unanimous consent to offer en bloc Graves 2, 3, 4, 12, and 13.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, and I can be recognized to offer the...
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, amendment number 2, what this does, this is something that based on conversations with Congressman Whitman and others, this helps to improve both 2 and 3, the assessment of the shark populations in the Gulf of Mexico and in the Atlantic, and the impact that has on I guess, the health of the overall fish ecosystem and ensuring that we're getting the most accurate data and we're integrating it into the fisheries management process. I'll tell you anecdotally, I think that the shark population in both the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico is substantially higher than currently believed, and I think that doing a modernized assessment could help us more accurately manage the species, however that may fall. But we need to be using the most accurate data. We need to make sure that we understand what these stocks, what the abundance of these stocks are, so we're managing all of the fisheries in a way that is most accurate and, importantly, Mr. Chairman, most sustainable. So that was 2 and 3. Number 4, what this one does is it has the Inspector General at the Department of Commerce do an assessment on the community access privilege programs, looking at those to better understand how these programs are working, better understand ownership, better understand fishing and fishing pressure, and things along those lines that I think could be very informative to probably future legislation on fisheries management and how to properly manage those, recognizing they are public assets. Grace number 12 limits the council in making decisions, and this largely goes back, I think, to the issue that Mr. Carl was having. I said earlier that I think the council's hands are tied. Right now, the science subcommittee is limited in the discretion that they can offer in recommendations to the council, and then the council is limited by the recommendations of the subcommittee. So this tries to provide more flexibility to actually consider science by the science subcommittee and making recommendations to the council, which I think would result in, again, using better data and ultimately better recommendations to the secretary. Number 13, this one has to do to a large degree with forage fish. There have been strong concerns that have been raised that some of the commercial harvesting practices for forest fish are having an adverse impact on habitat, key spawning habitat, and contrary to the imagination of Congressman Carl, and I'll say that again, contrary to the imagination of Congressman Carl, 90% of the freshwater inputs into the Gulf of Mexico come in through Louisiana, into the Gulf of Mexico, through the Mississippi and Atchafalaya rivers, which makes that the most important estuarine habitat for all species in the Gulf of Mexico. And give me some wiggle room, give me about a 4% margin of error, but I think it's 98% of all the species in the Gulf of Mexico are dependent upon that estuary for their life ultimately, and the viability of those stocks in the Gulf, the fishery stocks in the Gulf of Mexico. That estuary is critically important. Their concerns.
I would like to talk to you today. Unfortunately, I think it's important.
Alan, you're not muted.
He just said he supports. Thanks, Doc. What this would do is it would study the impact and the practices that are carried out there to determine, is this having an impact on the spawning grounds? Is this having an impact on the population of other species beyond those that are targeted in this case? Again, Mr. Chairman, designed to give us information that ultimately could inform our management practices or future legislation. I ask that these 5 amendments be considered en bloc and be accepted. Yield back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Graves. You ready for this? I support your amendments.
You see the light, translation.
All right.
I get it.
Mark the calendar. These are good, thoughtful amendments. I'm happy to support them. So unless any other members wish to be heard, we can go ahead and vote them.
Give that man more Kool-Aid.
All members in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you.
And the en bloc amendments are agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and I do not hear a request for a recorded vote. So, Mr. Carl, I think we're back to you, sir. You have an amendment designated number 2. You
Mr.
recognize.
Chairman, that's a hard one to follow right there. I ask for a little bit of leniency here. But this amendment, like my previous amendment, it's targeting the great red snapper count. We need to use that and make sure it's integrated into the CDR, if I pronounce that correctly, 74, the snapper stock assessment. This amendment prohibits the bill from taking effect until NOAA fully incorporates the red snapper count and the Gulf states catch data into the next red snapper stock assessment. Congress appropriates millions of dollars for the best red snapper population study that money can buy, the Great Red Snapper Count. It found, to no one's surprise, that there are 3 times as many red snapper in the Gulf than NOAA thought. But so far, we have not seen a 300% increase in our red count, our red snapper quota. So therefore, we're asking these numbers be counted in. This would lead to more fishing opportunities across our sector, multi-states, not just Alabama. It's time to follow the science, increase the red snapper quota before we move forwards with this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Do other members wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, I will just recognize myself to point out, we've discussed a lot of this in the context of the prior amendment. We don't need to relitigate anything, but look, this is an issue that does need to be resolved. States believe that they've got better data, that NOAA doesn't count all the fish. NOAA believes you get 5 different states doing 5 different things, and that there is more to it than that, and that there's a technical process that needs to take place to reconcile these data sets and calibrate them. That process is underway. Regional Council supports completion of that process, so do I. I don't think we should be legislating winners and losers in a technical matter like this. But the gentleman's raised some good points that need to be considered in that process. I would urge us to let that have a chance to succeed, and we'll be voting no on this amendment. Other members wish to be heard? All right, I will pause and give members a chance to unmute. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Representative Webster, is he with us remotely? I have Mr. Webster next. We don't have Mr. Webster. Okay. I have Mr. Rosendale, though, and I understand he has an amendment designated number 2. Mr. Rosendale, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you cannot discuss Northwest without touching on our dependence on water. Water irrigates our fields, sustains our communities, and lately has been a resource to which power our homes. Hydropower has the ability to provide safe, reliable, carbon-free energy year over year while offering vital development and infrastructure jobs in the rural areas. Under the section addressing essential fish habitat, new language states that any area under essential fish habitat can be classified, and I quote, habitat of a particular concern under a number of intentionally vague conditions, including any area that is, and again I quote, significantly stressed by human activity. Depending upon the arbiter of this information, that can include just about any body of water in the country. The areas that come to front of mind to me are the Snake River as a way to undermine efforts to preserve the lower Snake River dams and the authorization of the new hydro plant facility in my district at the Sun River Dam. Hydropower across the nation can go a very long way in diversifying our energy portfolio, as there are increased cries for removal of fossil fuel reliant sources of energy. Hydropower offers a clean, reliable, carbon-free alternative. Yet despite this, some of my colleagues refuse to consider this option. Hydropower is one of the most efficient sources of energy in the world, with modern turbines being able to convert 90% of available energy into electricity. Hydropower accounts for over 30% of the national clean energy portfolio. With all of this information, explain to me, why do we in the United States have more than 90,000 dams and only 2,300 of them are utilized to produce energy? The lower Snake River dams account for 66% of the state's energy portfolio. Yet there are advocates who would wish to breach these dams, which is a kind word for saying rip them out, for the purpose of salmon migration. What these advocates neglect to mention is that the cost of breaching the dams could be as high as $31 billion, and that monitoring shows that 98% passage from upstream and downstream of the very threatened fish that we're talking about trying to protect, and that an additional 2,000 megawatts of power would be needed to supplement the lost power from breaching these dams, all in an effort to promote the migration of a fish that had a 31% higher return last year with the dam still active than the 10-year return average. Allowing this amendment to pass would exempt hydroelectric facilities from being included in the conditions by which to establish a habitat of particular concern. Without this, it would be too easy for bad actors to claim those conditions in an effort not to protect habitat, but to cancel these dams. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Yes, Representative Harrell.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Rosendale's amendment is simple. It exempts existing hydropower facilities and sites proposed for hydropower use from the restrictive essential fish habitat consultations proposed by the bill. Multipurpose federal and non-federal water projects provide critical benefits, including water for towns and farms and emissions-free electricity generated through hydropower. The consultations this bill proposes could make it even harder to operate much-needed hydropower dams in the Columbia River Basin and elsewhere. And in the last few weeks, California has experienced a massive heat wave that stressed its electrical grid. Despite California's recent edict to ban the sale of new gasoline-powered cars by 2035, it imposed an electricity rationing policy on charging existing electric vehicles during the heat wave. The state was on the verge of an electricity blackout, but it could have been worse. The 4 Army Corps of Engineer dams, the Lower Snake River dams, and other federal dams on the larger Columbia River system helped provide more than 4,500 megawatts to power California during its heat wave. Without these dams, the grid would have crashed. Yet there are some that want to outright breach those dams or undermine them with a death by 1,000 cuts approach. And the consultation provision in this bill are some of those 1,000 cuts. We need to save our dams, not set up additional ways to litigate against them like this bill would do. I commend Mr. Rosendale for offering this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Other members wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, I will recognize myself, and I will take the bait on the gentlelady's remarks about the California energy situation, because I was there in California. I got the Flex alert that day, that fateful day that's become the stuff of legend, in Republican circles. The truth is that was the highest load that the California grid has ever seen historically. Incredibly hot temperatures, a heat wave that really challenged us. And so a Flex alert went out. It was not mandatory rationing, as has been described. It was a simple request that people try to use less power for a few hours while we tried to get through the worst energy load we've ever seen during one of the worst heat waves we've ever seen, and it worked. I will just add, in addition to that, most people who have electric vehicles do not charge them at the peak time of the day when energy is the most expensive. They charge them at night, when you're not even in this Flex alert problem. So a lot has been said about what happened in California. A lot has been mischaracterized. It actually is a success story. The state that has the most clean energy of anyone and the most electric cars got through the highest load event during a serious heat wave we've ever seen. I would say that suggests we're on the right track. But it's a total digression from what we're discussing here today, which is a fish bill.
But you took the bait.
I took the bait. And there's another metaphor, huh?
There you go.
All right. So I would just say this, Mr. Rosendale. If folks want to go after Snake River dams and litigate to have them removed, they've got far more useful tools to do that than the simple consultation requirement that this bill would put in place for essential fish habitat. All those Snake River dams are in the crosshairs of the Endangered Species Act. There are tribal water and fishery rights that are far more powerful levers to push forward an agenda of dam removal. If they're going to relicense those dams, the provisions of the Federal Power Act in which hydropower facilities operate are far more onerous, far more significant possible threats to those dams continuing than a mere consultation requirement under essential fish habitat. So I would suggest holding the entire federal framework for marine fisheries management hostage to that situation is not an appropriate move, and I will urge members to oppose this amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yield back. Yeah, Mr. Graves, I'll yield you some of my time.
Mr. Chairman, actually,
Are we going to talk about California's electric cars?
I was asking to be recognized.
Okay. All right, I'll yield my time and recognize Mr. Graves.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Rosendale's point is actually, this is important. The certainty, and I raised this whenever I brought up the favorite poster that you saw earlier, this one. I brought this up earlier. The certainty that's in the law, and Mr. Rosendale just said it, that's in the bill, excuse me, it is not a standard that's really, that has a clear interpretation. It's not at all. And so I said before, when I said that essential fish habitat provision in here, the section in here was problematic, it creates so much just up to interpretation of regulators, of courts, that if you're part of the regulated community, you don't know how to comply. It's almost like how people feel. And so his concerns are very legitimate, and there is a parallel to California in that you're familiar with the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. Mr. Rosendale just talked about it. This is emissions-free, carbon-free power. The Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant in Southern California, again, carbon-free, emissions-free power. The state of California has chosen to decommission it. I understand you're revisiting. Chosen to decommission it. They sent a letter like a week later saying, hey, and now we need to waive our Clean Air Act obligations because we're going to backfill it with fossil fuels. So California said, we're going to stop this emissions-free electricity source and we're going to backfill it with fossil fuels and asking for an exemption or a waiver from the Clean Air Act requirements. This is what's happening here, and you are an accomplished obstructionist in regard to using, he is, I don't know if you know your previous occupation, that's what he did, and he is intimately familiar with all of the various tools that are out there to obstruct or prevent projects from moving forward. And so I'm concerned that what's going to happen is that we're going to see, as a result of this bill, we're going to see Democrats continue this trajectory of higher energy prices, higher emissions, and greater dependence upon foreign energy sources that as we have seen for the last year and a half, as this administration and this Congress have done this Congress has done absolutely nothing on energy policy, and this administration has done nothing constructive on energy policy except for raise prices and make us more dependent upon foreign sources and make us have greater emissions. And as you sit there and tout all of the incredible success and benefits of California's energy policy, I remind you, 8th worst emissions growth in America, highest rates, 85% higher than the national average electricity, twice that of my home state, least reliable grid in America, most dependent state upon foreign energy. Why in the world would anybody want to replicate that or force those failures upon other states? Mr. Rosendale is exactly right. All this amendment is going to do is it is going to cause us to become more dependent upon foreign energy, greater emissions, and greater energy insecurity. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my remaining time to Mr. Rosendale.
Mr. Rosendale? Did you have nice things about California you'd like to say?
We love when you come to Montana and visit and spend your dollars.
We drop a lot of dollars in Montana.
we love that because typically the compensation from someone from California is much greater than those in Montana, in our rural state. Just trying to clarify again, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that anyone who is trying to invest in any enterprise needs predictability. And when we look forward and we're trying to make determinations about how we generate clean, carbon-free energy, which seems to be the emphasis of my colleagues across the aisle, hydroelectricity is one of the best ways that we can do it. It's one of the most efficient ways that we can do it. It is certainly one of the cleanest ways that we can do it. And when we have these 90,000 dams that are located across the country, most of which do not have those facilities installed in them, it seems that it would be the place that we should look. And the only way that we're going to incentivize different individuals and companies to do so is to make sure that we have predictability in the code, and when we have language that says that there are habitat of particular concern, language like that, it is very difficult to define, and therefore it's very easy to tie up in litigation, which takes away that predictability that these folks need. And as I look into my constituents, the Sun River Dam, and we have that option before us, I would like to make sure that I can eliminate as many hurdles as possible. I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Colleagues, votes have been called. If other members want to be heard on this amendment, they are welcome to speak now, but my hope is that we could pretty quickly move this one to a vote and then take a break and come back. So let me ask, other members want to be heard on this amendment? Great. Well, I will pause, and all those in favor, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, could I please have a recorded vote?
All right, motion for reconsideration laid on the table. Recorded vote has been requested. It'll be postponed pursuant to prior rulings. So we have votes. We're going to take a recess now, and we will reconvene after this vote series. Staff will provide offices with an update about timing. The committee is now in recess, subject to the call of the chair. The committee will come to order, and Representative Webster, you have an amendment designated number 1. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My amendment would provide a pathway for Caribbean spiny lobsters to be exempt from the annual catch limit requirement of the MSA. The South Atlantic Gulf of Mexico Fisheries Management Review panels have determined that the use of annual catch limits for management of spiny lobster is not appropriate. However, current law requires them to set what it results in an arbitrary catch limit. This was a real impact on Florida fishing industry. In 2020, the spiny lobster fishery was the third largest in the state. And so, although the council sent a letter to the National Marine Fisheries Services, asking them for spiny lobster exemption for the ACL. The Marine Fisheries said that current law does not allow for MSA language, does not provide for a pathway for spiny lobster exemption. My amendment would correct this without removing all the protections of spiny lobster, and it would allow the councils and the agencies to study this species closely to provide better scientific-based management. I urge adoption.
Do other members wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, I will briefly recognize myself. This amendment would create a statutory exemption to annual catch limits, or annual catch requirements for the spiny lobster. Certainly understand where the gentleman is coming from, given that spiny lobster cross multiple countries' jurisdictions. However, if a stock is subject to overfishing outside of our US EEZ, it is likely already vulnerable to stock-wide overfishing and long-term ecological impacts, and in that situation, the response should not be to weaken management in the U.S. So I must respectfully oppose this amendment. I think the council is the place where this should be discussed and resolved, and I will urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time. If no other members wish to be heard on this amendment, I will pause to allow members to unmute. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Benz, I believe you have the next amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would ensure that this legislation would not go into effect until the Secretary certifies that its implementation would not result in increased litigation. This legislation makes significant changes to key provisions of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. There is little doubt that these changes will lead to increased litigation. These concerns are not unfounded. The 1996 MSA reauthorization included several new definitions and national standards. The bill before us makes similar changes. The implementation of that reauthorization was met with hundreds of lawsuits. When Mr. Relnick, Chair of the Council Coordination Committee, testified before the Water, Oceans, and Wildlife Subcommittee last year, he warned that H.R. 4690, quote, may increase litigation risk with respect to minimizing adverse effects of fishing on habitat and minimizing bycatch, end quote. With regard to bycatch, he specifically warned that removing the phrase, quote, to the extent practicable, end quote, would require councils to set, quote, levels of bycatch that could be considered to be minimized is very subjective, with wide extremes and thus open to litigation as to what an acceptable level of bycatch might be. That is one of the several examples included in his testimony. Clearly, we should be worried that this legislation would force the agency to waste time and resources defending itself from frivolous lawsuits to the detriment of its core mission. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. Before I leave this topic, though, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out and go back to the section we discussed earlier, section 501, and call out the lack of clear definitions of such things as what is all of adverse effect or any adverse effect. And the fact that any of these unfortunately vague definitions will result in lawsuits I also was taken by the discussion of removal of dams, and it struck me that indeed, if one looks at the page 148 and looks at line 17 on down over into the next page, in a habitat area, quote, of particular concern, end quote, each federal agency shall, in consultation with Secretary, quote, paragraph, for the entire period during which such adverse effect is likely to occur, monitor or require monitoring for such adverse effect. Okay, it's kind of interesting. I guess what that means is, because there's always a referral back when these points are raised to the word consultation, that somehow the secretary could say, well, don't worry about it, you've consulted, and we're just going to waive the monitoring. That's what that means, doesn't it? I mean, it means that indeed, this could be waived, right? It's not a requirement, is it?
Is that a question?
It is, Mr. Chair.
I'll tell you what I'll say about that, Mr. Benz. I'm happy to keep working with you on clarity, because it sounds like you've honed in on a few things that you think are ambiguous or uncertain and could be could foster more anticipation or more litigation. So I'm happy to keep working on those things, but I don't think an amendment that stops the entire law from taking an effect while the secretary makes some hypothetical determination about litigation is the way to address that. I think it's better to work with us on the language.
I think it's safe to say, Mr. Chair, thank you for your thoughts on that. I think it's safe to say that it would be unlikely that the changes I have in mind would be adopted, because what I have in mind is something that would prevent the imposition of additional dramatic cost on all federal projects that store water. And what this does, the way this is set up, is it would allow, actually, I think it would force those who are utilizing dams to pay for the, quote, adverse impact. They certainly monitor it, and then if you go into the next paragraph, again, moving from paragraph 148 to 149, it says, for the entire period during which such adverse effect is likely to occur, quote, take action to minimize and mitigate such adverse effect of the action. And so when you talked about relicensing those dams, if the relicensing of the dams were to cause this unfortunate adverse effect, then whatever the measure of mitigation might be is what those who are trying to take advantage of this federal action, they would have to pay. And to me, that's wrong, and I think that's what my amendment is intended to raise. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
All right, I think the gentleman, any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, I will pause to allow members to unmute themselves. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. A recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. Representative Carl, I think we're coming back your way. You have amendment number 13. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment prohibits the bill from taking effect until gas prices at the marinas return to the level that were before President Biden took office. I'm looking at gas prices today in Orange Beach Marina in my district, $4.90 a gallon, and $5.20 a gallon for diesel. Folks are spending up to about $500 per fill-up in their boats, and this is really affecting a lot of things. It's impacting our private anglers, our captains, charter captains, our commercial boats, and the costs are just getting passed on down to us. And we need to find a way of offsetting this somehow. This wasn't an issue in 2021. The past 2 summers, high gas prices have kept people from fishing and getting out on the water. And with COVID, Lord knows we needed more reasons to get outside and get some fresh air. And now that people are able to do it, the gas prices are affecting us. So we're focused on this particular bill on the gas prices themselves. Let's work together to reduce the regulations on American energy and increasing supplies on these gas and bringing them down before they push through this bill and add more regulations and limits to access. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Westerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Americans have experienced rising gas prices over the past 2 years, and this summer, the average price of regular gas reached over $5 per gallon. Soaring gas prices not only affected people's everyday life, but also hindered Americans' ability to engage in recreational activities such as boating and fishing, as Mr. Carl mentioned. And it's for these reasons that I support his amendment. When we look at the fact that the National Marine Manufacturers Association said that 83% of boat owners have an annual household income of $100,000 or less. At $5 a gallon, many folks couldn't afford to fill up their boat tanks. I know many of my colleagues support access to recreational fishing opportunities, yet the energy policies of this administration are making it difficult for Americans to actually get out on a boat. It's making it difficult for Americans to go to work, take their kids to school, and to do a lot of other things that we enjoy in life. Mr. Carl's amendment ensures that the bill does not go into effect until the average price of gas at margins or at marinas is below the average price on January 20th, 2021, the day President Biden was sworn in. For those who don't remember, the average gas price per gallon that day was $2.37. I appreciate the gentleman bringing this amendment. I support it, and I yield back.
Any other members wish to speak on this amendment? I will recognize myself briefly. So this amendment would prevent the entire Magnuson-Stevens reauthorization law from going into effect until it is certified that gas prices at marinas are below the average price that they were on the final day of the Trump administration. There is this strange nostalgia for the final day of the Trump administration when folks here in the Capitol were still cleaning up the broken glass and the feces and the blood from the insurrection. Forgive me if I do not share that nostalgia. But the bigger point is that this fisheries bill has nothing to do with gas prices. And if you do care about gas prices, you should be relieved that they have been steadily coming down day after day for the last couple of months. And that's despite the fact that Putin's war in Europe has been causing energy prices and gas prices in particular to spike pretty much everywhere else around the globe. So it is irrelevant to this legislation, but I would point you to the declining gas prices and urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. If there are no other members that wish to speak, I will pause while members unmute themselves, and all those in favor of the amendment should say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed should say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Motion for reconsideration is laid on the table. Yes. Recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to the previous rulings. So I understand Mr. Westerman is going to present for Mr. Tiffany. And I have amendment number 4 from Mr. Tiffany, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as you stated, I would like to offer this amendment by Mr. Tiffany, which would prevent this bill from being enacted until the Secretary determines that its implementation will not increase the national rate of inflation. Americans have been inundated with rising prices of everyday things. This past June, inflation hit a 40-year record with consumer prices increasing more than 9% over the last 12 months. Food, including seafood, and gas prices, unsurprisingly, were driving factors in this increase. Americans deserve better, and they deserve to have access to affordable and reliable energy and food. This bill could actually make inflation of food prices worse, according to numerous fishing organizations and operations. I encourage my colleagues to support Mr. Tiffany's amendment, and I yield back.
Do members wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Case, you're recognized.
Thank you. I fully appreciate my colleagues' ongoing attempt to talk about everything other than marine conservation in this hearing. And we're obviously not finished yet. We've already seen about 5 or 10 of them, and we're going to keep going. But in the spirit of the debate, let's ask ourselves what the Magnuson-Stevens Act really has to do, if at all, with inflation. I don't think it has anything to do with inflation. And I would go a step further, and I would say to you that if we're applying basic economics to marine conservation, it would seem pretty straightforward that for us to not manage our fishery in a sustainable way, thereby causing shortages of fish throughout our country and our world, as our country and our world increasingly look to fish and other marine resources for our protein, that we're going to see a pretty darn good spike in inflation. And in fact, that's not idle speculation. We've seen that happening in the rest of the world. In Africa today, the countries that have not taken care of their fisheries and that are reliant upon their fisheries for a majority of their protein are seeing spikes of inflation in their seafood. So if you want to talk about inflation in good faith in the context of marine conservation, you should be very, very interested in strengthening this law. That's how to get after inflation. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, then I will pause to allow members to unmute. All those in favor of this amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. And a recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. Representative Rosendale, you have amendment designated number 1. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start with noting the importance of responsible fisheries management. Fisheries are an incredibly vital part of our economy and support over 1.7 million jobs annually. Seafood is a key piece of many food assistance programs, notably in the National School Lunch Program. The USDA has committed to purchasing $159.4 million in nutritious, consumer-ready seafood, including Alaska pollock, wild-caught shrimp, rockfish, whiting, sockeye salmon, and others. Much of the food contained in this purchase commitment will go to filling school lunches. This bill as it stands could limit the supply of many of the seafoods that sustain our students. The USDA cannot purchase fish that has not and cannot be caught due to the restrictions placed on the commercial fishing industry. In fiscal year 2019, the USDA's National School Lunch Program provided lunch in nearly 100,000 public and nonprofit schools to 26.9 million children each school day, with 4.9 billion lunches served throughout the year. The total taxpayer cost serving these 4.9 billion lunches in fiscal year 2019 was $14.2 billion, averaging to a cost of $2.90 per lunch. The children who receive these lunches rely on them to be a healthy, nutritious meal, and fish is an easy, low-cost option to provide that needed nutrition to them. The commercial fishing industry is paramount to being able to continue to fulfill these requirements. My amendment would ensure that this bill cannot be enacted unless the Secretary certifies that the cost of a school lunch on the taxpayers would not increase, and that the quality and quantity of school lunches served would not decrease. Lunches provided through the National School Lunch Program have certain nutritional value criteria that must be met, and this amendment serves to affirm that nutritional value criteria continues to be met without increasing taxpayer cost. This amendment also serves to affirm that the above criteria is met without decreasing the frequency in which lunches are distributed. Continuing to support our children through the National School Lunch Program and ensuring that our children are fed healthy and nutritious food through our commercial fishing industry is a priority for every American and should be a priority for every member of Congress serving to represent them. I urge you all to consider supporting this amendment, and I would yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman. I'm going to quickly recognize myself so I can ask Mr. Case a question. Because, Mr. Case, I think you did a great job explaining why, if you care about inflation in response to the prior amendment, you should want to get this bill on the books so that we can carefully manage our fisheries and provide the reliable supply of seafood that'll make sure prices don't spike out of control. That's what happens when you crash a fishery. That seafood becomes very expensive. But aren't we kind of getting back to the exact same question with this school lunch amendment? Because if you care about the reliability and cost of seafood in school lunches, you should want to hurry up and get this law on the books so we can do a better job of ensuring sustainable, affordable, high-quality seafood. Am I missing something?
No, not at all, Mr. Chair. You actually have exactly replicated my comments in response. In fact, I was going to. That's a very leading question. I was going to simply comment that all I really need to do is to take my prior remarks, incorporate them by reference, and just replace inflation with school lunch, and you'll about get there. But I yield back.
All right. And thank you for the dialogue. I appreciate it. I will yield back and recognize Mr. Bentz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'm a little confused. I was checking some of the materials regarding this act, and I note from the material, I think it's actually on your webpage, it says the MSA was last reauthorized and extensively amended in 06, although the authorization of appropriations expired at the end of fiscal year 2013, the Act's requirements remain in effect, and Congress has continued to appropriate funds to administer the Act. So I guess I'm asking, it's been a while. Suddenly, there's been some illusions that somehow, if this doesn't get passed, it's as there's some huge vacuum. Now, what you're suggesting is that your bill is a vast improvement over that which currently is in place. But it doesn't mean there's no bill in place at this point. Is that correct?
May I respond?
Yeah, please.
Certainly not suggesting that, but the reason that Republicans and Democrats have been trying to reauthorize this law now for pretty much as long as I've been in Congress is that it's due for reauthorization, and it's a really important law. And when you leave a law like this, it's this important to the blue economy, hanging in limbo. Yes, thankfully, we've been able to appropriate on an annual basis and keep these programs and these processes going. But this is too important to leave to the annual vagaries of the appropriation. We need to reauthorize this law. That's what this does.
So, forgive me, I happen to think it's a very important law. I just don't particularly care for some of the portions of your bill that you're presenting us with today. But I thought there was some lack of clarity in statements about how we had to do this, or suddenly there was this vacuum, and that's not the case. There is an existing law in place. Now, to move to, in the few minutes I have left, to this discussion about inflation, I find that an interesting conversation, because the underlying assertion is that somehow if we use this, apply the standards contained in this bill, we are going to reduce, or excuse me, not reduce the amount of fish that are caught. The underlying assertion, I suppose, is that if we continue doing what we're doing now, we're not going to have fish. That's your argument. But if that is the case, is that your argument across the board?
Not exactly, but if the gentleman will allow me, I think the point is, I don't want to speak for Mr. Case, but I think we believe that these updates to the Magnuson Act will do a better job making sure we rebuild overfished stocks, making sure that we prevent other stocks that are commercially important from becoming overfished. That is important, and that's what gives you a reliable, affordable seafood supply.
Right. And I think I don't think we disagree on the fact that we want to appropriately address overfishing. All we're talking about here is the way of going about it, and your bill tends to overreach. And what you're doing is you're giving more weapons to the environmental organizations that would like to see no fishing. And so what we fear is that instead of the Goldilocks approach that you're suggesting your bill is going to achieve, we find something that is far less beneficial to those who make a living fishing. And so I think it's very, very safe to say that we have very, very substantive concerns about how you're approaching this. That's why the amendments. So I just want to assure you that we share your concerns, and that's why Congressman Young, I'm sure, was doing his very, very best to get this reauthorized with appropriate control features in place. Where we're disagreeing is the nature of of what's appropriate. So with that, Mr. Chair.
And if the gentleman will allow, I appreciate the dialogue, and just from our perspective, from my perspective, this is all about making sure folks who make their living on the water can actually catch fish. It's all about catching fish. That's the whole point. And a lot of people who make their living catching fish support this bill as we propose. So the idea that it's all about shutting down fisheries is completely disconnected, I think, from the substance and the reality of this bill. But we can disagree about some of it. Any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rosendale's amendment ensures that this bill, again, does not take effect until the Secretary of Commerce certifies its implementation will not increase the cost of school lunches. So if you're so certain that your bill will lower the cost of school lunches by providing long-term sustainability and conservation, then I see no problem with Mr. Rosendale's amendment, because it would be a moot point then. The U.S. Department of Agriculture does purchase domestic seafood for the school lunch program, which is designed to help children and families in financial need. The USDA announced last year that it purchased $25 million in Gulf of Mexico and South Atlantic wild-caught shrimp, $20 million in Alaska pollock, $9 million in Pacific whiting fillets, almost $9 million in sockeye salmon, $4 million in Pacific pink salmon, and $4 million in Pacific rockfish fillets for the school lunch program. This protein is an important part of a child's diet. However, I do not remember having shrimp day in my high school when I was there. We didn't have that. Maybe in those fancy schools on the West Coast, you had shrimp day and salmon day, but we were glad to get soybean hamburgers and pizza at my school when I was growing up.
That explains a lot.
Yeah. And as I entered into the record earlier, we have opposition letters from the National Restaurant Association, the National Fisheries Institute, the National Retail Federation, the National Council of Chain Restaurants, and hundreds of seafood processors and commercial operators stating that the cost of seafood will go up if this bill is enacted. So it's not just, we're not just relying on our expertise around the dais here. There are many groups who believe that this will cause the cost of seafood to go up. And these industry stakeholders are not the only ones who would have to eat the cost of this effort. The USDA school lunch program and the families it serves will have to absorb those costs as well. And that's on top of the 16.8% inflation increase in the cost of seafood in this last year already. Again, as I stated, if you believe this bill will not increase seafood costs, then you should have no problem adopting the amendment. I commend Mr. Rosendale for offering the amendment. I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield back. Actually, I yield my time to Mr. Rosendale.
Yielding to Mr. Rosendale, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the good gentleman from Arkansas. All we had were fish sticks when I was growing up. Mr. Chair, I will tell you that my concern is, and if it is not a valid concern, then certainly it will be proven out, and then this piece of legislation will be able to move forward. But it just says if, in fact, there is a problem, if it's going to create these shortages, if it's going to create these price increases, which would contribute dramatically to yet the supply chain problems that we're experiencing right now, that it would not be implemented. And I do think that is a critical part of what we do here. If what we're trying to achieve cannot be achieved, if there's not a problem to be cured, then we should not be putting additional regulations and burdens upon the very industries that are feeding our children, that are feeding our population. As the gentleman from Arkansas referenced, we've got the National Fisheries Institute, National Restaurant Association, National Retail Federation, and National Council of Chain Restaurants. And I quote, collectively, Our association accounts for a substantial portion of the nation's commercial seafood supply chain from beginning to end. Our companies include vessel owners, harvesters, processors, distributors, restaurants, retailers, big box outlets. A stable supply of seafood from a range of sources, including from domestic wild capture fisheries, is critical to ensure growing appetite for the wholesome, nutritious finfish and shellfish. If enacted into law, H.R. 4690 would upend the successful Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and thereby pose a considerable threat to that supply. We believe enactment of H.R. 4690 would harm American seafood consumers by constraining supply, raising consumer prices, and exasperating supply chain uncertainty that continues to undermine the food industry. The very people that are the closest to this industry are saying that it could cause problems. And it always goes back to the exact same issue, which is predictability. And if you don't provide them with predictability, then we're going to cause a problem. I yield back.
Other members, Mr. Case, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm listening to this debate, and I'm listening to your comments, and I'm listening to the commenters that you're citing. And I'm imagining that 50 years ago, when Magnuson-Stevens was passed, the exact same comments were being made. The exact same organizations were saying the same thing. This is going to be the end of affordable seafood in this country. It's going to be the end of seafood, for that matter. We're going to be so tied down with this and that regulation that we're not going to be able to sustain a seafood industry. Here we are, 50 years later. We have a sustainable seafood industry that is producing solid cost seafood to the American consumer, unlike many parts of the rest of the world. We've all lived just fine with Magnuson-Stevens for 50 years. It needs to be updated. It's been 50 years. It doesn't accommodate or adjust for changes in the fisheries, changes in climate change, et cetera. So, you know, I just don't buy these arguments. We've made this policy judgment. It was a good policy judgment. We need some collective, mutual regulation and control of the fishery run by fishery management councils, not by, DC Central, that can adjust the fishery to be able to find a sustainable yield over time. And I listened to the comments, and I'm thinking to myself, well, okay, fine. Well, if we're gonna take your argument to its logical conclusion, then let's just get rid of this. Completely let anybody do whatever they want. They can go out and pillage the fishery and bring it in, and we'll have a pretty darn good supply for about a year or two. And then we're going to be back in the soup even worse than before. So I don't buy this argument that school lunches, fish is going to have to be part of school lunches for a long time. I hope it is. But following your approach, it won't be a part of school lunches. We won't be able to purchase it on an affordable basis. You talk about predictability. Fish stocks are not predictable. They are fluid. They depend on many, many factors: climate change, acidification, overfishing, non-point source pollution from the land, plastic debris, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's no way that you can sit there and say to yourself, well, okay, fine, I know how much fish I'm gonna catch this season, and I'm gonna be able to predict how to put that back into the market and how to price it. That's not the way the fishery industry works. They deal with annual change, seasonal change. They deal with whether a fishery is managed to have a sustainable ongoing basis. And so I don't buy the predictability argument either, because what we're trying to do is to provide sustainability over time, and yes, that does equate to cost and supply over time. So to take this and reduce it to a 1-year horizon or a 2-year horizon is not the way this should work. And so I think the construct again of trying to provide for survival, much less, and by the way, I'm very happy that many of the species that you cited are forage stocks. So that indicates some sensitivity to the fact that we need to keep forage stocks in a survival sustainability mode. The construct is a good one. And so I think you confuse the issue here, and I think really, if you follow your conclusion logically, you're going to end up with a far worse result than had we not improved this law. So I oppose the amendment. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment?
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Mr. Stauber.
I'd like to be heard, but I'm going to yield my first part of the comments to Mr. Rosendale.
Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not believe that if we take this to its logical conclusion, that the logical conclusion would be that the people that have invested billions upon billions of dollars building an infrastructure that is so dedicated towards the harvest and management of these fisheries would, within a short period of time, put themselves out of business. It would not make any logical sense. So if we follow it to its logical conclusion, clearly they're not going to take that multi-billion-dollar investment and throw it out to sea, if you would. We've also got not just the folks that are actually gaining a living off of this, but we have the Northeast Seafood Coalition. We have the Alliance of Communities for Sustainable Fisheries, Saving Seafood, Fishery Survival Fund. All of these folks have also entered support for this amendment and opposition to this legislation. And the reason is that it contains subjective language. The new legislation contains subjective language that will allow bureaucrats that do not understand the fisheries, that are not close to the industry, that are not close to that resource, to give their opinions and ideas about how the resource should be managed. And therein lies the problem. I think the best quote that I ever heard was from Dwight Eisenhower, who said, "Farming looks awful easy when you live 1,000 miles away from a cornfield and you use a pencil for a plow." And the problem is we have far too many people that are using pencils for fishing vessels. We have people that are using pencils for a lot of other industries that they have never had any direct affiliation with, and they are directing how they should be managed, and therein lies the problem. I will yield back to my good friend from Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good discussion, Mr. Chair. I was going to, my good friend, Mr. Case, I was going to parcel some of your comments into the mining arena, but I'm going to save that for another day, as the chair knows. So I'm going to support this amendment. I have one coming up, Mr. Chair, that's very similar, and I yield back. Oops.
Would any other members like to be heard on this amendment? All right, I will pause and allow members to unmute. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not approved, and the motion for reconsideration is laid on the table.
Mr. Chair, could I request a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote is requested and will be postponed pursuant to our previous announcements. Representative Stauber, you have amendment designated number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of my amendment, which restricts the underlying bill from taking effect unless the Secretary verifies that food prices will not increase as a result of the legislation. America faces crisis heaped on top of crisis, with no end in sight, and every single day things seem to get worse with no solutions offered by this president or the majority. Inflation impacts every single part of American life: building material costs, energy prices, transportation, the list goes on and on. But what my amendment addresses today is the crippling increase in food costs as a direct result of inflation. Food costs have increased by 11.4% in the last year alone. Just think about that. The cost to feed your family has risen more than 10% in Joe Biden's America. Last July, seafood alone spiked nearly 17%. Fish is a crucial part of a nutritious diet, and affordable seafood comes from commercial fisheries. And like so many things on this committee, be it natural gas or minerals or anything, These are costs borne by consumers and retailers. And what does this majority in this administration do? They limit more production and restrict supply. When we desperately need to make life affordable again for Americans, we need to make resources more accessible, not less. And these policies have real-world impacts. Maury's Seafood in my district provides seafood in their community, and Maury's relies on the waters we're restricting in the bill today. They're a family-run operation who can't afford cost increases. So I urge adoption of my amendment, and if this bill truly won't increase costs, it should pass with no issue whatsoever. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be recognized? Mr. Benz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And all year, of course, Americans have experienced rising food costs, and this July, seafood prices spiked 16.8% versus a year ago. Yet it appears my colleagues are ignoring this because they're pushing a bill that will undoubtedly increase seafood prices across the nation. A letter yesterday from several seafood processors and commercial operators warned that if this bill is enacted, and I quote, seafood buyers will run short on domestic inventory and will be forced to procure more product from foreign sources. American consumers will see food prices spike at their local restaurants, grocery stores, and they will turn to less nutritious food options and proteins with far higher carbon footprints than wild seafood, end quote. Mr. Sauber's amendment ensures that this bill does not go into effect until the Secretary certifies that its implementation would not negatively impact food costs and seafood availability. Several provisions included in the legislation would directly attack important commercial fisheries, such as Alaska pollock, our nation's largest commercial fishery and famously the source of McDonald's Filet-O-Fish sandwiches. While I know not everyone at this committee enjoys McDonald's, millions of Americans do, and more than 300 million of the sandwiches are sold each year. Americans deserve a safe and affordable protein sources such as seafood. I sincerely hope my colleagues share my concerns over the increase in food prices, and I support this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to support Mr. Sauber's amendment, and I yield back.
Do other members wish to be recognized on this amendment? Mr. Rosendale?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we are looking at the exact same situation, and that is that if this piece of legislation is not going to cause supply chain problems, if it's not going to cause inflation, if it's not going to cause an increase of price for our school lunches or the general population to have food, why wouldn't we pass it down? We would support that. We're trying to support. We're trying. Help me help you, Mr. Chair. Help me help you. We're trying to keep the price down. And if it's going to keep the prices down, then we should be able to come to an agreement. But what we're saying is that regulation and subjective information that is contained within any legislation in and of itself can drive cost up. And if it doesn't, if this is the miraculous piece of legislation that doesn't drive cost up just because of additional regulations, because of overbearing government, because of subjective language that any regulator can come out and all of a sudden cause you to create a pile of reports or additional paperwork, if it doesn't cause that problem, then that's great. Then we would pass this with flying color. I yield back.
Other members wish to be heard? Well, I'll just recognize myself again to ask Mr. Case another question, because I think, Mr. Case, you probably got better grades in economics than I did. I went the political science route, but something tells me from an economic perspective, if you care about food prices and school lunch availability and things like that, you really want overfished stocks to fully recover, to be rebuilt so that there can be enough of them that the pricing can normalize and the reliability will be there. We have some rebuilding plans in parts of this country right now under current law that are set at a 50% chance of recovery. In other words, they have a 50% chance of failing, and many of these rebuilding plans keep failing over and over, and councils just tell them to start over and try again. In some cases, many, many years pass, and these plans are never successful. One of the things we do in this bill is we try to put a little more rigor in place to give these rebuilding plans a better chance of success. On the West Coast, I know we've got some rebuilding plans that were designed with a higher success rate, a 75% chance of success, and we've seen incredible dividends for that. The fish have come back. People are making money. They're catching fish. The prices of that fish are coming down. What are your thoughts about successful rebuilding plans, one of many improvements that this bill would put in place as it relates to these concerns that have been raised?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I think that as I listened to this part of the debate, which is a good, solid policy debate, I understand that in some ways we're just on a different page, because Mr. Rosendale's comments were, and I suppose I should not put these words into his mouth, especially because he's not here anymore. But this is what I heard. That the commercial fishing industry will self-regulate and self-police so as to maintain a sustainable fishery over time, as opposed to pursuing a short-term perspective. And I have no doubt that there are many, many throughout the commercial fishing industry who actually would do that, who actually do understand that we all have to play by certain rules to have a sustainable fishery over time. But we tried this before in this country in a pre-Magnuson-Stevens era. Look at the North Atlantic cod industry.
I was going to ask you about
40s and others. In the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, in a pre-MSA era, that was self-policing. That fishery crashed. It's somewhat coming back now. But that fishery crashed. Look around the world. You know, the fact of the matter is that there are many countries out there that do not have a mutual regulation of their fishery, a mutual understanding, some mutual predictability in terms of supply over time. Their fisheries are crashing. And so, you know, we can take this on a policy level, but the economics, to me, if you want to talk economics, let's talk about a relatively stable and predictable supply to meet demand at cost over time. Yeah, that's basic economics. Sure, absolutely. And I think that to the comment that was made earlier about, well, if we enact this bill, it's going to increase imports from the rest of the world. Hey, guess what? The rest of the world is busy overfishing its fishery. So if you want to provide a stable fishery in this country, you want this law to work. You want this law to be in place in 10, 20, 30 years, 50 years, having created a sustainable fishery where at least this country still has control of a sustainable stock, while much of the rest of the world, from countries such as China, are busy out there taking all they can on a short-term profit margin or motive. So, you know, yes to everything you said, Chair, but, you know, there's a policy call to be made here, and I think that, again, the model is good. It needs to be updated. It needs to be strengthened. It is not going to have as much resiliency over time. By the way, I would also comment in my remaining time, Mr. Chair, that in the listening sessions we did around this country, these revisions, this law and these revisions were largely supported by much of the commercial fishing industry because they understood exactly what we just said. Apparently, you have some outliers here that don't want to live by these common rules, but they are outliers. I think the industry, by and large, accepts this and supports it and understands why it's necessary. I yield back.
All right, thank the gentleman. Other members wish to be heard on this? Yes, Mr. Carl.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to give my time to Mr. Stolbert.
Thank you very much. Mr. Case, I do appreciate your comments. You talked about economics, and if you say you want to talk about economics, now I am going to talk about economics in my district. You voted against every single mining bill that would bring $1 billion of activity, secure our supply chain for critical minerals in northeastern Minnesota. So if you want to talk about economics in northern Minnesota, $1 billion industry for union men and women that can't be replicated anywhere in this country. And you voted, and your Democrat colleagues voted against every single bill that I needed to bring economic activity and drive the economic engine in northeastern Minnesota in the Iron Range. And I yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, then we will pause to allow members to unmute themselves. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chair, I ask for recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. Representative Graves has an amendment designated number 15. And I think Mr. Carl is going to be presenting for Mr. Graves, so you're recognized, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just so I feel like Mr. Graves, I got some, you gonna take it? I made sure I had some visuals here for you.
Do you have
just
a
in case-
picture of him posing a fish someone else caught, like the last
Actually, I
one?
do. I think I do. Here.
There it is.
There you go. But all seriousness, yeah, there you go. All seriousness, this amendment inserts the Builders Act Mr. Graves has talked about. It's built to streamline all federal permits into this bill. Permitting delays all projects that are moving forwards. Infrastructure, oil and gas, renewables, etc. Everything gets stuck in this country due to permitting. I just spent a day out on a rig out in the Gulf, and that's 90% of the conversation was permitting. Just because they bid a lease and they win a lease, that just starts the permitting process that takes you years, not days. This is a good bill that I would speed up and would prevent lawsuits from effectively canceling projects, and we need to reform the permitting process and not bank on Mr. Manchin, Senator Manchin, to get this job done. And I yield my time back.
Sorry, Mr. Graves, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the National Environmental Policy Act was put together 50 years ago. And the legislation had a goal that I think has a lot of merit. It's to make sure that we protect the environment whenever we carry out projects. What's happened over that 50-year period is that we've watched this as this act has evolved, largely without any additional direction from Congress, just through different iterations of how to implement it. We've watched as jurisprudence has come in and added all sorts of ornaments to this Christmas tree. And the former Transportation Secretary Chow says that the average transportation project takes 7 years to go through a National Environmental Policy Act analysis. Look, let me say it again. I am all for protecting the environment, absolutely. But what's happening is that all of this growth and this expansion of this act, you know why, Mr. Chairman, this administration is going to completely fail at hitting their targets for the NDCs, the National Development Commitments under the Paris Accords? I know they're one of any 100 reasons you could come up with, but I'll tell you one of the big ones because they're going to fail. It's because they can't actually get through the permitting of the regulatory to actually build renewable projects like solar or wind, or more importantly, transmission of that power back into the grid, back into the communities. And so what this bill does, what this amendment does, is it takes lessons learned from actually people that have done NEPA analysis, which is different than just about anybody in this body. It has features such as focusing the analysis on the environment, not on these extraneous things, on the environment. It also says, look, you're going to do this within a certain time frame. It codifies one federal decision that I want to remind my good friends on the other side of the aisle, you voted for. You voted for one federal decision. It codifies that. It ensures that if people have a problem with the way that a project is being designed or a way that a project is being proposed, that they actually do have a venue to address it, and it's in the public participation process. Then, if they have a problem, they then can go and do litigation. Not these folks that are sitting out there on the sidelines and waiting and only trying to delay or impede the project that I know our chairman would absolutely never participate in. So, Mr. Chairman, this amendment is based upon real experience from the real world. I'm going to say this again. This amendment will actually help this administration achieve their NDCs under the Paris Accords. And I will tell you something else. Without this bill, this amendment, and some other things, there is not a chance that this administration is going to achieve their commitments under the Paris Accords, which, by the way, actually result in a global increase in emissions, not a decrease, contrary to popular belief. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of this amendment. I want to thank my friends, Mr. Carl, for leading the effort on this one. I want to thank Ms. Harrell for her efforts to make sure that we're staying on track here, and I yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, well, I will just recognize myself briefly. I oppose the amendment. It is not germane to the topic at hand. We're talking about updating the Magnuson-Stevens Act, not amending NEPA. But since NEPA seems to come up so often and is a favorite scapegoat of some of my friends across the aisle, let me just remind folks that according to the GAO, 95% of public infrastructure projects are excluded from detailed environmental review from NEPA. So this scenario that all projects have become so bogged down in NEPA that nothing ever happens has no connection to reality. Less than 1% of projects even require a full environmental impact statement. The projects that do go through the EIS process are the largest, most complex, and the studies have shown that the delays that occur with those projects usually have a lot more to do with local opposition, lack of funding, or changes in the project design, sometimes to make the project actually better, rather than NEPA itself. So NEPA is not the boogeyman that it has been represented to be. In any event, it's not germane to the subject before us, and I urge a no vote on the amendment. Do other members wish to be heard? All right, I will pause and allow members to unmute. All those in favor of this amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The motion for reconsideration is laid on the table.
Why don't we call for a vote?
And a recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to our previous announcement. Mr. Graves, I think you have amendment number 16.
I think I do. What's 16?
Or 17.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
16.
17. 16?
Yeah.
Okay. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment does, so Mr. Chairman, some of the most important habitat in the Gulf of Mexico for fisheries is actually energy infrastructure. That is where the fish congregate. And as a matter of fact, in this picture right here, that is actually energy infrastructure right behind me. That's what that is. That's what all this is. That's all energy infrastructure. And this is the habitat for many of the species that we fish. I actually just went out fishing a few weeks ago. In fact, a few weekends ago and the weekend before that. Both times we actually went.
Any work done?
It was a weekend. It was a Saturday. Actually, I had meetings in between. Yeah, I did. So that's where we fish. Now, what's happened is that there has been this huge effort to remove all of this, referred to as idle iron, in the Gulf of Mexico, which then removes the habitat. Now, interestingly, Mr. Chairman, you are taking this bill and trying to again, create a NEPA process effectively for essential fish habitat, further delaying, making projects more expensive, and impeding projects. So this amendment is designed to make sure that we leave intact reef structures when they're beneficial habitat for the fisheries. So if you care about essential fish habitat, as I suspect you do based on the incredibly overly aggressive and egregious provision that you have in this bill, this ensures that we're actually finding ways to protect habitat in the Gulf of Mexico that reef fish largely congregate around. So that's what this does. I understand it's unconventional in regard to where some other folks may have their structure and the habitat for fisheries, but that's the reality. And so I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Case, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Graves, I appreciate your thinking out of the box and your innovation. You're just wrong. Look, obviously, we all know that fish can aggregate around structures in the ocean. When we talk about essential fish habitat, though, I think we are trying to talk primarily, if not almost exclusively, about natural essential fish habitats, because of course, man-made can be destructive to the ocean. And, I'm envisioning these, obsolete, abandoned oil rigs out there in the ocean, lots of them. And I can certainly envision a company coming along and saying, well, I don't have to clean that up. why don't I just dynamite the bottom of it and send it to the bottom, and it can hang down there, and we'll call it an essential fish habitat. And that cannot be good policy overall. And so, the bottom line here is, although, yeah, I get it. I mean, we all look for fish aggregation when we go out fishing. But that has to be done in an orderly way. We've got lots of, man-made reefs out there. We've got lots of, sunken ships on occasion, all kinds of stuff that does, in fact, help us with our fishing. But that can't be extrapolated into leave your trash in the ocean. And that's the problem with your amendment that I see. I think we also are worrying here about outdated structures out in the ocean, which should in fact be upgraded from a safety perspective. It occurred to me, if you want to think out of the box, that what we should do then is we should take all of those abandoned oil rigs, and since the oil companies are so interested in the welfare of our fisheries, we can require them to melt them down on land, form them into real artificial reefs, and put them back into the ocean under very supervised safety conditions, and maybe that'll work. But anyway, that's just my idea. Back to yours. I yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, then I will pause and allow members to unmute. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to, and a motion for reconsideration is laid on the table. And what's next? Mr. Graves, you have amendment number 5. Are you ready to go on that?
Maybe. Let's see what 5 is.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, actually, I want to go back very quickly on that last amendment. Mr. Case, I consider you a friend. I enjoyed the time that we spent together traveling, getting to know you better. I believe that we have a lot of things in common and have a lot of interest in common. I do think that one of the problems that we have in Congress is that decisions are made based on partial information. And I think it's important, and I'll blame myself for this, for not explaining this in the previous amendment. Number one, the Rigs Reef program, it requires that the operators actually put funds in escrow. It's not designed to allow them to have a shortcut to trash the environment, to leave trash around. They put funds in escrow. Number two, usually they're actually what they refer to as SAR, Special Artificial Reef Zones, to where the reefs are left in those specific areas. In terms of, they could be a hazard to navigation if left topside, so usually there's a certain depth on which they have to be cut, toppled, moved, whatever, to ensure that you don't impede navigation. And various studies, you mentioned sinking ships. There really isn't anything that's distinguishable between a ship and this type of reef, this energy infrastructure reef, and that's where the fish are. There was an analysis by I think it was Coastal Marine Institute, that found that there were 12,000 to 14,000 fish that congregate around this infrastructure. And so it is an important habitat. I understand you don't have them in Hawaii. We're happy to send you some, but they work. And there is a little bit more to the process than just saying, hey, I'm out of here. Amendment number 5, catch share auction. So, Mr. Chairman, you and I have spent a lot of time talking about catch shares. And let me describe this to anybody that may be bored enough watching from home. So this is like, we have auctions for oil and gas resources. We have auctions where we auction off these resources, and folks can say, hey, I want to bid this much, and whoever the highest bidder is, that's who gets the opportunity to produce oil and gas. We auction a lot of things. We auction spectrum through the FCC to where the highest bidder, Mr. Chairman, your cell phone, the spectrum that operates on, it is auctioned to the highest bidder. Many federal assets or resources are auctioned because it determines value and maximizes value for the taxpayer, the people that own it. Yet, in the case of fisheries, a very valuable resource, particularly in the Gulf of Mexico, we didn't do that. We just said, here you go. We gave it to them for free. Different analysis have shown that you have people, and some analysis have shown that the majority of the people that were given a certain percentage of the commercial harvest of fisheries, that they don't even have a fishing license anymore, and all they do is they turn around and they lease it to somebody else. So these people are sitting back. They were given a public resource. They get to just collect a check, and they don't actually ever do anything. They never paid anything for it, and this is a taxpayer asset or resource that in the case of the Gulf of Mexico, and I don't want to speak for other areas, in the case of the Gulf of Mexico where this amendment applies, it's a valuable resource. There's a lot of competition for it. So what this amendment would do is it would go back and it would look at the people that haven't actually fished their catch shares, the people that just sat there and profited off of the government or a public resource, and I'll say it again, was given to them for free. So if they have not actually fished it themselves in the last 3 years, if they don't have a fishing license because they're just sitting back collecting a check from somebody else, then those catch shares would be reclaimed, they would be auctioned off, and the proceeds would actually be given to the shrimpers, which, Mr. Chairman, I showed earlier the profound impact to the shrimpers in Louisiana that have been adversely impacted by the hurricanes that we've had, been adversely impacted by all the infrastructure impacts, and adversely impacted by foreign subsidized or dumped seafood on the United States. So I think that this is a fair way of doing it. I don't think that people should profit off of the federal government and a public resource for free. It gives the dollars to our commercial shrimpers that have been penalized as a result of our government's lack of ensuring them a level playing field to be able to compete with these countries that are dumping and subsidizing shrimp and other seafood on the United States. And so I think it solves two problems. And Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? I will recognize myself and say this, Mr. Graves, I think you know I'm happy to continue this conversation about catch share programs and promoting our domestic fisheries. This is complicated stuff, and it's important, I think, to do a deep dive and be very thoughtful about how we attempt to reform any problems that we might find. It is for that reason that I was happy to accept one of your previous amendments calling for an audit that I think will draw out many answers to some of the questions that you've raised. That's my hope, at least, and I'm happy to review that information together and think about ways we can move forward. But this amendment would go much further than that. It would remove community participation in limited access privilege programs, or LAPs, which many believe is an essential management tool that we use to allow all fishers the chance to make a respectable living in the face of limited stocks. It's important that we support community participation in these programs by increasing consideration of community sustainability. That's what this provision is supposed to be all about. And past experience with LAPs has shown that without safeguards in place, they can create a paradoxical situation in which fishing communities have no rights in the fisheries that surround them. We don't want that. So I hope we can keep working together on this, but I think the appropriate next step is to finish that audit that we have agreed to support and then see what the information shows and take it from there. I will oppose the amendment and yield back. Ms. Harrell, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield my time to Congressman Graves.
Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Harrell. Mr. Chairman, I just, the comments and the points that you made were good. They just don't apply to this amendment. This amendment, you said that this blocks community participation. I want to be clear. When we go back and we look at the folks that own these catch shares, they're not folks, oftentimes, and I wish I remember the percentages, they don't live in the Gulf Coast. These are absent owners, people that have just picked up a lottery ticket for free. They're turning around and they're leasing these to real fishers, to real people that go out there and actually have license and have boats and go out there and try and work very hard to feed their families and try and make ends meet. It doesn't block that. It simply says, if you're an absent owner, if you're living somewhere else, you don't even have a fishing license, for 3 years you haven't even fished these because you're just collecting a check from somebody else, then those are re-auctioned. So ideally what happens is you're actually increasing public participation, community, real community, Gulf Coast community participation, and you're allowing real fishers to get involved in this activity that currently is blocked, and only these people that were handed this multi-million-dollar gift from their government that is a public asset, a public resource, you're allowing them to actually step in and participate, other people that weren't given that golden ticket. So please know, Mr. Chairman, that I don't have a desire to block access or to prevent community members. To the contrary, I think this amendment goes in the other direction, and that it actually opens it up. People that right now are unable to get access because they don't have one of these golden tickets that was given to them decades ago. So I wanted to be clear on the record that, and also one other point. You mentioned catch shares are an important management tool. I agree with you. I do. You and I have talked about this and very familiar with the conversation you and I had years ago about the whole race to the bottom. If you don't have catch shares, and you just say, hey, here's the total amount you can catch, everybody's going to go in there and catch as many as they can as fast as they can, which pounds the stock and is unsustainable. And so I'm not opposed to an allocation mechanism. And I do believe that it is an important management tool. But this amendment doesn't do that. It doesn't. And I think that it's a good, reasonable amendment. I heard you, and I appreciate your willingness to go back and take a look after the audit provision. But because this bill is not going to become law, I want you to take another look at this, because we're going to be dealing with this again. And I'd love to work with you on it to actually, after you accept it today, I want to work with you on it to make sure that we bring some common sense and some value to the taxpayers and actually open up access to the fisheries for those that have been blocked so far. And I'll yield to you if you have anything.
Well, you have my commitment that after you support the bill in chief and we move forward with this audit, that we'll circle back and look at the findings and see what we can do to improve the catch share program.
And you have my commitment that when you accept this amendment, that I'm going to think very carefully and thoroughly about voting yes for this bill.
All right. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, I will pause while members unmute themselves. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Did you want a recorded vote? All right. Next up, Mr. Graves, it's number 6.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You want me to? Mr. Graves wants the formality of me saying the words. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized. He likes this.
I just know how formal you are. I figured you'd hit me with the gavel if I started talking without permission. Mr. Chairman, this is amendment number 6. And what this does, you may recall, a number of years ago, we did an amendment that tried to deem Cajuns as endangered species.
One of your better out-of-the-box efforts.
It was.
You didn't have a poster, though.
I didn't. We've upped our poster game. But, Mr. Chairman, but here's the deal. under the current practices, we are giving more credibility, we are assigning more value, or let me actually say it another way. We're effectively assigning no value to humans. The Cajun community that lives in South Louisiana, that lives in the coast, they have value. They're important members of this country, of this community, of society. And this bill has a number of provisions in it, as I noted, under the essential fish habitat, that effectively gives fish more value than actually taking into consideration the value of a community. And so this does strike the essential fish habitat section of the bill that I've noted. I think it's flawed. I think it's not well defined at all, which means this is just going to be fodder for litigation. And it replaces it with a requirement that you do a report to actually take into consideration, that you actually evaluate the impact on coastal and subsistence communities like Cajuns and the impact on them, looking at things like the effect on the communities, on the economy, on the culture in these Cajun communities in South Louisiana. Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate it. You came down and visited with me some of these communities in South Louisiana, and I think you would agree that these are communities that are worth protecting, that are worth assigning value to, and I'm concerned that under the essential fish habitat section of this bill, it doesn't provide for that. It doesn't provide value or consideration of the impacts to the communities. Culturally, economic, it doesn't consider the subsistence that is important to these communities. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard on this? I will briefly recognize myself. Mr. Graves, I think we agree that fishing communities that are dependent on these fisheries are really important considerations. I think that's what Magnuson is all about, and that's what essential fish habitat is supposed to be about, at least indirectly. And so by trying to strengthen essential fish habitat, as we've done here, by having a meaningful consultation process instead of literally nothing at all, which is what we have under current law, I think we're doing right by those communities and the resources that they depend on. So I don't think you need to have an explicit provision along these lines. This amendment, unfortunately, would remove the essential fish habitat consultation that we're proposing, which I think is something that actually gets at protecting their resource and helping them at least indirectly. And it would replace it with a provision that, I don't even know where to begin in imagining how that would be implemented going forward. So I'm going to unfortunately oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time. Mr. Case, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I would just note, Mr. Graves, that from the perspective of impact on coastal communities, if you are supportive of coastal community impacts, then you should definitely be supportive of especially the provisions of this bill that seek to broaden the level of Fishery Management Council interaction beyond just a very, very narrow fishing perspective to include a much broader range of the community. So that definitely should help with the interaction between the actual actions in the ocean and the coastal communities.
Do any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, I will pause and allow members to unmute themselves. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Graves, are you ready for number 7?
Sure.
The gentleman from Louisiana is formally and officially recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, this provision is something that you should recognize. You and I actually negotiated this provision and jointly agreed to include it in legislation. And I probably should have connected this with the previous amendment on endangered Cajuns. Mr. Chairman, what's happened in South Louisiana? We've lost 2,000 square miles of our coast. Coastal wetlands, it's like taking the state of Rhode Island and wiping it off the map. That's what we've lost, that land equivalent. What's happened is as land has eroded, as our coastal wetlands have eroded, National Marine Fisheries has come in and said, well, wait a minute, now that's essential fish habitat. That's essential fish habitat. It was land, it was coastal wetlands where community could go access it. And if we want to come back and restore it, with which Louisiana has one of the most aggressive and successful coastal restoration programs, coastal wetlands restoration programs in the world. The National Marine Fisheries now comes in and says, well, that's essential fish habitats, you have to mitigate for it. This was coastal wetlands. And so my question back then was, did the fish have to mitigate when they took the wetlands from the humans? And the answer to that is obviously no. So this simply says that if you have a rapidly eroding area, if you have an area that all you're trying to do is restore the coastal wetlands and return ecological function and ecological productivity, that's the objective of your project, restoring coastal wetlands. And if that was previously coastal wetlands, then again, that's the term restoring, that essential fish habitat didn't apply to it, doesn't apply to it. That's all I'm asking, which I'd like to think this is something that we could all agree on. And I'm going to say it one more time to make it really simple. This was coastal wetlands, it eroded, so it's now open water. So if I want to come back and restore the coastal wetlands, National Marine Fisheries cannot come in and say, well, now you have to mitigate for the fish habitat you just took. These are the very things that drive people crazy, that drive up costs, and simply don't pass the common sense test. So I ask you, Mr. Chairman, if you would please accept this amendment.
All right.
I recognize the gentleman from California.
Well, thank you for that. I will recognize myself. So I do unfortunately oppose this amendment for a few reasons. And first of all, I think it's a real issue. You and I have talked about this. This amendment, though, would exempt submerged lands from being designated as essential fish habitat and exempt restoration projects from the EFH process. Look, I know we saw something similar to this a couple Congresses ago. We had a number of conversations to try to figure out the problem that we're trying to solve for. And after lots of back and forth between our staffs, I was unable to find a single example of how EFH was blocking or even slowing down any type of project. I think there may have been a case where one particular person from NOAA was citing EFH in the context of opposing a project. But the truth is, under current law, NOAA doesn't really have any authority to work with under EFH. It can only make recommendations to an agency, and there's no binding duty to follow them. So EFH is not the problem that is preventing these restoration projects, but I am happy to work on some solutions that will affirmatively support them and make them happen. That's why we were happy to include Gulf-specific considerations regarding restoration projects and their importance for habitat resilience in the EFH section. That was one of your prior amendments that we were happy to accept. And that amendment, now part of the bill, or soon to be part of the bill, will direct the Secretary to account for the consequences of not pursuing restoration and habitat resilience projects in making determinations. So I think that's an appropriate next step. I think this amendment is a bridge too far, and I
will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw this amendment with a commitment from you that we are going to go back and go through this again, because there are mitigation requirements that we have been given from National Marine Fisheries Service on projects. And I think that we need to have a clear understanding of that. And I'm happy to talk to you about specific projects that have had costs driven up, that have had regulatory expansion in terms of time, that have impeded projects that are environmental in nature, not out there trying to do other things. So, Mr. Chairman, if you agree to that.
So I will be happy to work with you on that. And look, if this is happening where restoration projects are being bogged down gratuitously in this manner, I want to know about it, and I want to work on trying to support those projects moving forward.
Asking him to withdraw number 7.
Without objection. Appreciate it. So votes have been called, and we will now take a recess, go to the floor, cast some votes, and staff will provide offices with an update about timing, but we'll be coming back after votes. Committee is now in recess.
Let me reconvene the meeting. Committee comes to order. Representative Graves, you have an amendment designated number 8, and you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, earlier we discussed this issue of calibrating to the MRIP, calibrating to this federal data system that is been called fatally flawed by the National Academy of Sciences. The National Academy says that it is a less accurate data collection system. Mr. Chairman, we passed on a bipartisan basis something known as the Modern Fish Act. The Modern Fish Act attempted to do a few things, including helping really for the first time to bring recreational fisheries into MSA, into the management regime, because that previously was not really considered. The Gulf of Mexico, as I noted before, the recreational fishing is a huge deal. It needs to be part of the management structure. The second thing that law did, or one of the other things the law did, is that it requires that you use the most accurate data. And by going back and calibrating to MRIP, the example I used earlier, it's like measuring something in millimeters, but then going back and converting it to feet. And so why would you do that? Why would you measure in millimeters to begin with? The states each have a more accurate data collection system that more accurately determines what the healthy fishing numbers are, the poundage, the overfishing limit that exists today. And so what is happening right now with the Gulf Council, they are trying to calibrate everything back to MRIP. All we're saying is continue using the state's more accurate system until National Marine Fisheries comes up with a calibration that actually maintains the accuracy of what the states have done. The states we should be commending the states in this case. They've stepped up, they've developed better, more accurate, more dynamic fish management or fish data collection systems. Why wouldn't we be again, commending them for that versus interpreting or translating this back to a less accurate system that doesn't give you the weekly progress towards your overfishing limit? It doesn't make sense, and I think it's contrary to the law that says you have to use the most accurate data. So what this says is it says that any fishery under a state management plan that you don't calibrate it, so you continue to use the uncalibrated data until National Marine Fisheries Service creates an improved, independently confirmed, more accurate system to make sure that we're not losing the accuracy of the data, and we can do a better job sustainably managing the fishery. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption and yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've kicked this around quite a bit, but I unfortunately am going to have to oppose this amendment. Section 401 of this bill actually does some important things to address challenges in recreational data and management. It is a big improvement over current law, and it may not go as far as Mr. Graves and some of his constituents would like, but it is an improvement and a step in the direction that I think that they have been urging. It includes establishing guidelines for recreational catch data, including the development of data standards to improve timeliness, accuracy, precision, validation of data produced by surveys, and facilitate the use of recreational data. These changes build on the Modern Fish Act. And this bill also creates a recreational data improvement program, so we can do even more research into how to make sure that recreational fishing and managers of those fisheries are incorporated into federal marine fishery management. This amendment, however, takes aim at something that's necessary, and that is the data calibrations. Why would better science and better calibration of recreational data be a bad thing? Because right now, as great as Louisiana and others believe their data is, it can't be used for federal compliance because it's not calibrated. So we got a chicken and egg problem. It's great that we have improved recreational data systems coming out of some of the states, but we've got 5 different states and we've got no calibration. And if we all want to get to the same place, and I actually think we do, we've got to do this necessary step of data calibration. That's how you bring it into compliance with the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So we've talked about this quite a bit. We have a process underway. That process is supported by the Gulf Council. We need to let it run its course and hopefully get everybody on the same page for these data systems. And once that is done, it is going to help return fairness, I think, among the sectors and sustainability to the fisheries. I will yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Graves' amendment number 8? Hearing no further debate on the question, hearing no further debate, the question is on the Graves amendment number 8. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying no.
Aye.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested, postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Graves, you have an amendment designated number 9, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
It's supposed to get to come back for a third visit, Mr. Chairman. The commercial shrimpers in the Gulf of Mexico have just been dealing with attacks from every single angle. Just in the last 2 years, hurricanes Laura, Delta, Zeta, Ida, some of the most powerful hurricanes to make landfall in American history. Devastating the coastal communities where we live, where we have our boats, where we have our ice houses, where we have our shrimp sheds, and the infrastructure that is critical to the state that has the greatest commercial fisheries production in the United States. And then, of course, there are the other Gulf states that add a little bit after that. Mr. Chairman, in addition to this, in addition to the federal fishery disaster program not getting dollars out to the communities, we also have these same exact folks that are trying to make a living competing with countries that are farming shrimp using illegal chemicals, being subsidized by their governments, and then dumping huge volumes of product on the domestic market in an attempt to undercut the price in the United States to where our commercial shrimpers that, again, look at their vessels, that they can't even afford to pay for the gas in their boats. So then what happens is they get out of the industry. We then have just handed a monopoly. We've handed a monopoly of commercial seafood, commercial shrimp to another country. We've watched this play out, this exact scenario play out, where they subsidize, where they dump on our markets in industry after industry, sector after sector, all across the United States. This is economic warfare, and it's being conducted against our very own fishers in the United States. What this amendment would do is it would require that there be inspections on all of the foreign shrimp coming into the United States, identifying the illegal chemicals and ensuring that those are not sold in the United States. Once again, simply helping to ensure, A, that we're not selling inferior product or subjecting our citizens to chemicals that have been determined to be harmful. And number 2, slightly helping to provide a level playing field to our folks that are actually Americans. Let's stand up for them. So, Mr. Chairman, that's all this does. That's all this amendment does. And I urge adoption and yield back.
Yields. Anyone wish to be recognized? Mr. Huffman, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the gentleman from Louisiana knows that I agree with him on a lot of the points that he just made, have appreciated the chance to work together on legislation confronting the scourge of illegal seafood, trying to make sure that it doesn't enter our markets, and I would be happy to continue working with him on this issue. However, I have to oppose this amendment because it's outside the scope of the bill and outside our jurisdiction. I do think that FDA should be screening more shrimp imports. We should be doing everything possible to keep shrimp, the bad shrimp, out of our markets, things that don't meet the same standards as our domestic fishermen are required to comply with. But that's the FDA and a screening process that is beyond the scope of what we're doing here today, so I request a no vote.
Will the
Yeah,
gentleman yield?
certainly.
Mr. Huffman, let's, if you're saying this is outside of our jurisdiction, let's let National Marine Fisheries Service do it. I'll amend it right now. I mean, this is a good amendment, and it just tries to help level the playing field to an industry that has just been pounded. Is that something you would consider?
I would be happy to work with you on more screening to try to intercede against imports of illegal seafood, absolutely. And then shrimp is just one of many vectors there of our common concern.
Would you agree to let me change it to National Marine Fisheries Service to include it in the bill, and then you can work on it as you move to the floor?
I'd rather not make sausage in real time on the fly, but I'm happy to. I think the gentleman knows I'm actually eager to work on this issue.
Mr. Huffman, to call this entire bill sausage would be generous. I think this is exactly what we should be doing.
What do they call that? Cajun sausage?
Boudin.
Boudin, okay.
Yeah.
See, we're making a little progress there, and then let's dig in.
No, Boudin is not bad.
No, we're talking about the sausage.
Oh,
Anyway,
all right. No, Boudin is an upgrade.
Anyone else?
If I called this bill Boudin, that would have been an upgrade. I just want to be clear. All right.
And you keep going back on the progress. But anyway, members, anyone else wish to address Mr. Graves' amendment number 9? If not, the question is on Graves' amendment 9. Those members in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Aye.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Representative Graves, you have an amendment designated number 10, and you are recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on page 78, line 25 of the bill, there's a provision in here that states that overfishing is causing economic harm to these communities. It says specifically, and their economies have been badly damaged by the overfishing of fishery resources. Mr. Chairman, you and I have gone round and round and round in this committee about what's happening with the economy, why we have record inflation, why so many Americans, as we discussed earlier, what was that, last week, I believe, why 1/4 of all Americans have to choose among food, medicine, and energy cost.
Break the tension.
This one's new, though. Where's that, the Jeopardy one? Can you get Jeopardy? Grab Jeopardy. Grab Jeopardy. That one can debut. So Mr. Chairman, this is Megan Nakan. She actually was on national TV last night. She was in the Wall Street Journal. She lives down in a community in South Louisiana, coastal community, in the town that we represent called Houma. And if I remember right, Megan has 8 children. And see that, all kinds of support for our amendment. And Mr. Chairman. Hey, Doc, press mute. And what she said is that because of inflation, the grocery store specifically, she can't even afford to provide food. And this is a family on that 25% of America. This is what they look like. And the reason our economy is in shambles right now, the reason that things have been such a mess is because of this. It's the first time this one's been out today. Because of this. All we've seen is blaming everybody. Oh, it's because of COVID, it's a supply chain, it's corporations, it's Putin, it's the tax bill, it's gas station owners. I learned an interesting fact today. Companies that charge swipe fees made more money off of gasoline, the higher prices of gasoline, than the stores did. Swipe fees, because they do a percentage. They made more money off of the gas than the actual gas stations. One of the many folks that have been blamed for what's happening right now. This is the major driver. And so instead of just continuing to go through and blame all these people, and in this case, in the bill, blaming overfishing for trashing economies, that's not it. We're continuing to solve problems or to impose solutions in search of problems. That's not what's causing the devastation of the economy. It's not what's causing the record inflation that we're seeing right now. It's awful energy policy that is one of the most pervasive impacts on inflation, driving up cost. And so, Mr. Chairman, I urge that we strike this provision, that we focus on, I guess, what I'll have to start calling real facts and real problems and not imaginary ones. I've yet to see an economy that is badly damaged by the overfishing of fishing resources. It's bad policy that's causing record inflation, that's trashing our communities, that's driving up the cost of fuel, that's adversely impacting our shrimpers and other commercial fishing and recreational fishers in the United States. We urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Any other member wish to? Mr. Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In opposition to the amendment, first of all, I'd like to focus on real fish and real fishermen here. And let's talk again about, are you going to show us a red snapper picture again? Okay, go right ahead. Well, if that'll get us back onto the subject, that'll get us back. I like it. I like it. Earlier you referred to that as you as a young man, so I'm questioning that part of it. But nonetheless, I do like your refocus on Magnuson-Stevens and fisheries management. I do want to read the entirety of the finding because I think you have taken it out of context. It states, commercial, recreational, and charter fishing constitute major sources of employment and contribute significantly to the economy of the nation. Many coastal areas are dependent upon fishing and related activities, and their economies have been badly damaged by the overfishing of fishery resources. Ensuring sustainable use of fishery resources is essential to the economic well-being of these areas. I think when you take out that one section of that finding, you basically say everything is okay with our fishery management system. And in reality, we know that there have been major consequences to communities throughout our country and our world over time from overfishing. And I'm surprised that you would make such a bold statement that you're not aware of that ever happening. I mean, let's take the New England fishing communities in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. Let's take Newfoundland, the Canadian fishing communities at present. Let's take a place like American Samoa, where they're seeing overfishing of their fishery. They're under management, but they are seeing a significant economic dislocation in their communities. I could give you examples in Washington and Oregon. And so I'm a little incredulous that you would not concede that there is an economic impact on communities dependent on fishing when the fishing dries up. And so that's why I can't accept this amendment because, and I frankly don't understand it, because I thought this was the root of the problem here.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that this statement is coming from the gentleman that earlier was arguing with me about using less accurate data to manage fisheries, using less accurate data to do a worse job managing our fisheries. Look, the reality is, and Mr. Huffman knows this because we have a bipartisan bill on this, yes, there have been fisheries that have been overfished, including in American Samoa, but it's called IUU. The fisheries management in the United States, particularly that of the states, has been pretty good. And my concern is that I don't think we need to start, I'm sorry, did you reclaim? Oh, I don't think we need to start saying that, hey, this is going on and blaming other things for the economic harm that's occurring in communities that doesn't really address the fundamental problem, which is, unfortunately, I think, incomprehensible energy policy.
Well, okay, we can certainly debate the impacts of these other non-fish issues that you are focusing on here that have nothing to do with this bill. I would just like you to concede that when overfishing occurs and coastal communities are dependent upon fishing, that there's going to be a negative impact on those communities. Can you concede that?
Yes, but this is suggesting that it's happening all over, and it's not. You've got IUU That's where you've got overfishing issues and lack of sustainable practices. Where in Hawaii do you have an area that's bad, has a badly damaged economy because of overfishing? Where in Louisiana? I mean, we have the second biggest commercial fishing industry in the United States.
Well, I congratulate you if Louisiana has escaped the consequences of overfishing on coastal communities. Actually, I do have some communities in Hawaii that were more dependent than others on fishing, and they've seen a very significant economic impact. And again, I would just look over the scope of history. So I think we can argue this back and forth. Maybe we're quibbling about many versus most and, you know, whatever. But I just want to make the point here that I oppose your amendment because your basic underlying assumption in your amendment, I think, is wrong, and there's no evidence whatsoever to suggest that there's no relationship between overfishing and economic impact.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Mr.
thank you.
Huffman.
Thank you. So as Mr. Case pointed out, there are plenty of examples where overfishing has caused very real economic impacts, including before Magnuson, where it was so compelling and widespread that we actually came up with and passed Magnuson. So overfishing and economic impacts definitely go together. But the reason I was actually shaking my head in the affirmative a little with some of what Mr. Graves was saying is that I hate the term overfishing. I think it's disparaging of fishing. And one of the things that I had hoped to do in this bill and kind of wanted to do was to replace it with the term depleted, because I felt like depleted would be more objective. It would describe things other than just fishing that have contributed to the crash of fisheries. And if you want to see economic harm from depleted fisheries, come to my district. And it's not because the salmon fishermen or the Yurok tribe or others caught too many fish.
I want to make note that the gentleman has not invited me to his district.
Yeah, I've invited many times.
To reciprocate the invitation.
The reason that very real economic harm is happening is because those fisheries have crashed because of drought, because of poor water management, because of dams, and it all gets lumped into overfishing, which is a term that comes back in a disparaging way at fishermen. So I think I actually kind of share some of the umbrage the gentleman takes at the term overfishing, but it's the term we're stuck with. And I was convinced ultimately that I couldn't just replace it with depleted because we have decades of case law and other precedent built up around this misnomer that when fish stocks crash and when people can't get out on the water and fish, we attribute it always to overfishing, even though often it's causes other than fishing that result in these problems. But it's real economic harm. Anyway, just a little soapbox moment in response to Mr. Graves' amendment. It's not a good amendment, and we need to defeat it, but he was on the verge of making a very important point. Yield back.
Recognized? If not, all those in favor of Graves' Amendment number 10 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Graves, sir, you have an amendment designated number 11, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's been a proposal making its way through the rulemaking process that would restrict vessel speeds to 10 miles an hour in the Atlantic. And the idea here is that this is going to help to protect right whales, all right? So I'm not sure, actually, this inspires another poster. The cubicle.
Again, the wrong one.
No, cube. Give me the cube. I don't see it. All right. So clearly, the person that came up with this idea, I'm not sure which cubicle they sit in, but it's one of these, isolated from reality, not anywhere near water, a boat. Again, reality. They sit in one of these cubes here. 10 miles an hour. to go out in the Atlantic. Mr. Chairman, let me lay out a scenario. You're out there in the Gulf and a water spout's coming. You're out there in the Atlantic, and a thunderstorm's coming. You have surge coming. You have swells. It is absolutely, positively unsafe, dangerous, and just idiotic to tell somebody that they have to go 10 miles an hour when you have those types of conditions. 10 miles an hour, you probably couldn't get your boat. In fact, I'll say you couldn't get your boat over some swells going that fast. That is dangerous. Now, one of the other things, because I know that my friends are so concerned about emissions, I know that drives absolutely everything that you decide to do, the emissions. Well, Mr. Chairman, I ask y'all, if we're concerned about emissions, which type of boat is going to be more efficient? One that's driving at 10 miles an hour with all of this displacement, or one that's up on plane? Which one of those? So it's dangerous. It's absent any recognition of boat driving, and I mean, gosh, leaving somebody, do you realize how long it would take people to get out and transit the Atlantic going 10 miles an hour? It's gonna result in greater emissions when vessels aren't up on planes, because you're gonna have greater displacement. It just doesn't make sense. And so this would prohibit the rule from taking place because it's dangerous. And it's totally ill-advised. You should have somebody who actually knows how to drive a boat make decisions like this. A 10-mile-an-hour speed limit in the Atlantic. I mean, this is crazy. So there you go. And I will make note, just to introduce a little factoid, that there have only been 6 documented cases since 2005, 17 years, where boats under 65 feet have collided with right whales. 6. And that's compared to approximately a lot of boats that have been out there. So I urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Anyone wish to be recognized on Mr. Graves' amendment, number 11? Mr. Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this amendment. First of all, just to clear up a few assumptions that were incorrect in my colleague's presentation. First of all, at least the implication was that it was the entire Atlantic that was impacted. That's not true. The scope of the proposed rule is a narrow scope for North Atlantic right whales off of Maine, essentially over there, and when they're there in season. So that's number one. Number two, the proposed rule does accommodate your scenario as to safety and requires the vessels to report when they exceed that limit and why. And so the question then is, from a policy perspective, is that relatively minor constraint on them in a very narrow circumstances, allowing them to maneuver when they have legitimate safety concerns, worth the survival of the species? Because again, we're down to about 338, and I'm sure that there are some in this world, I'm sure you're not one of them, who don't care about that. But this policy says that we should be caring about that. The fact is that collisions are a leading cause of mortality in this species. I think this is an accommodation that we should provide for. And it's not unusual. We have marine mammal sanctuary areas throughout our country that are designed to protect some of our endangered marine mammals. I have some in Hawaii. Boats are limited in terms of their maneuverability and speed within those areas, with comparable exceptions when they need be, including Navy vessels, by the way. And so I don't think this is an unreasonable constraint to save the species. So I oppose.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I appreciate the gentleman's comments and concerns. Here's the concern of members that represent the Atlantic. I had a conversation with Congressman Greg Murphy this morning, as a matter of fact. The concern is that is that what's going to happen is they're going to come out and say, okay, we're doing it here, and then we're doing it here, and we're doing it here. What this amendment does is coming and saying, no, this is crazy. We're not doing this anywhere, number one. Number two, yes, you can go back and you can report and say, hey, yeah, I did this because of this. Well, what happens if they come back and say, well, we don't agree that that was actually an unsafe scenario? I mean, can they then come back and penalize you? Is that something that makes sense? I mean, Mr. Case, 6 cases in 17 years. I mean, think about all the vessels that have been out in the Atlantic in this period of time. Look, yeah, I do care about whales. I care about all animals and plants and everything else, but you've got to, unfortunately, contrary to what you all have advocated for, we've got to use accurate data. We've got to make sure that we're looking holistically at everything, looking at the impact on humans, looking at other factors, and I don't think that this rule does this. If they try and come around to the Gulf of Mexico and try and do this, no. We've got to nip this in the bud. It doesn't make sense, and I think it's dangerous. Yield back.
Thank you. Well, I think that our debate has been a good one and has very definitely illustrated the policy difference in this area and the priorities. So I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm actually going to go back to the previous amendment. Look at that. So just like I said, the concern is that yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, it starts, but the proposal actually goes all the way. And so this is the concern, is that yes, you're right, starts, but the current proposal includes a huge swath, and that's why other states have expressed their concerns about this as well, folks well outside of up in the extreme northeast in the Maine area. And so I think that, you know what I'm going to do, Mr. Case? I'm going to make you drive 10 miles an hour in a boat from there to there, and then come back and tell me how that's worked out for you.
Gentlemen, yield.
Yeah, that's fine. I may need more time from you later, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can make a lot of things look like a long way if I blow up the map well enough. So put it in some scale. And also, you didn't, for the people that are viewing this, the fine print is in the dates there, which are rotating seasons. So it is not a universal subscription on the boats. And no, I don't think 10 knots is too much to ask in this situation, in that context.
Yielding back? Yielding back, all right. So Mr. Case, I'm not sure what map blow-up skills you think I've got here, but actually I didn't even make this one, but this is Massachusetts. This is Georgia, Florida. So this is approximately a really long way.
But will the gentleman yield?
Yeah.
Each of those areas on your map might only be impacted for a few weeks. I think one of those was 8 weeks. And then the whales migrate.
Which is how long it would take you to drive at 10 knots across the area.
No, the point is, that small area might be impacted. The entirety, the rest of the area can drive as fast as they want. So this is a migratory species. They move up and down the Atlantic coast in a very predictable pattern every single year. We monitor their presence. We're not going to slow down, well, NOAA is not going to slow down vessels when they don't have to, and that's completely lost in the map that you've just presented.
So, Mr. Huffman, I'm going to ask if you would be willing to drive your solar-powered Tesla unicycle at 10 miles an hour because you may hit pedestrians.
When unicorns are present, I'm willing to do that.
Yeah. So I mean, we're talking probably somewhere around over 1,300 miles. All right, 10 miles an hour. I just want to make note. I'm gonna move on if it's okay with you too. to the actual amendment that we're debating right now, which we haven't talked about, which is number 14. So, Mr. Chairman, there is a tariff on imported shrimp, and because of dumping and subsidies, we've watched countries try and come in and circumvent and transship and everything else. But there is $1.6 billion in shrimp that has come in from China. China alone, $350 million in tariffs were collected. And so I've talked a good bit today about the adverse impact on our commercial shrimping industry. I'll say it again, Louisiana, the largest domestic production of shrimp in the United States. And what this would do is it would allocate those tariffs that have been collected back to the impacted community. These are the folks that have had to unfairly try and compete with subsidized and dumped shrimp, farm shrimp, illegal chemical shrimp. And so this would ensure that those funds are distributed back to the impacted community. That's the purpose of a tariff, to help to level the playing field. Well, if the government profits, I think it's wrong. And I think that the actual impacted community should profit. This is what used to happen years ago. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Huffman?
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, the collection of tariffs is not germane to the Magnuson Act. It's just not. It's beyond the scope of this bill, and so I unfortunately must oppose the amendment.
Would the gentleman...
Gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
Somebody else?
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
I'd like to yield some time to Mr. Graves, please.
Thank you. Mr. Graves?
Thank you, Mr. Felcher. Look, you understand the objective here. We have the federal government collecting money. I've offered to auction off catch shares that aren't being fished by folks and just absent owners, and y'all have opposed that. Is there another funding stream that we can use? I mean, look, so let us do this. I mean, this is an impacted community, and to sit here and say, as you have a few times, oh, well, this isn't germane. You know what? This is about fisheries. This is about the commercial fishing industry, which is what this bill is designed to do. And these are the people that are most impacted. And I've heard you say over and over again, we're trying to do this to have a sustainable stock and sustainable fisheries. And I've noted how I want to be able to do this for generations to come on the recreation and commercial side. Look, this is absolutely integral to the survivability of this industry.
Was the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I will.
So I'm happy to work with the gentleman on helping the Gulf shrimp industry. They have been impacted by a lot of unscrupulous foreign competition. I'm all for cracking down on that, but they are not the only fishery impacted by some of these things, and I think we should look more broadly. I've got fisheries in my neck of the woods that may not have, if you added it up, it probably wouldn't total as much economic damage as your Gulf shrimp fishery. But it's real damage for the folks I represent, and I know that there's other colleagues in different parts of the country that probably are in the same boat. So I just suggest that we should try to look more holistically at the impacts of IUU fishing and other unscrupulous foreign competition that's causing these impacts, and try to come up with something that helps everyone.
Reclaiming time, I want to remind the gentleman that the biggest impact, or the largest imports that are coming in, are actually aquaculture shrimp. So this isn't an IUU issue. This is folks that are, again, government subsidizing the aquaculture species, and again, the illegal chemicals and all those things. And so I also want to make note that this is money, and I understand you have other fisheries that were impacted. I get it, and I'm happy to work with you on that. But this money, this $350 million collected from China, this was collected on shrimp tariffs. So this is explicitly for shrimp. And so does the gentleman believe that the federal government, that the U.S. Treasury should profit from the adverse impacts or adverse practices of other countries that are having a specific impact on the commercial shrimping industry in the United States?
I think that's the way tariffs work. And so that's the problem. This is the gentleman's amendment kind of takes us into the world of tariffs, which is a whole different set of frustrations and limitations if we're trying to help our domestic fisheries.
So why don't we give them $350 million, then we can do an offset on tariffs later? Mr. Chairman, I've offered 4 amendments, I think, trying to help out this community and continue to get stonewalled or blocked. And we can't sit here and talk about, I mean, this is something that we've been trying to do for years, and we can't sit here and keep talking about, oh, we're going to keep talking. We need to act. This is the bill that's designed to manage or to authorize fisheries activities and industries in the United States, and this is a vehicle that we need to figure out a solution here. So I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Hearing none. All those in favor of Graves Amendment 14 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Graves, you have amendment number 17, and you're recognized, sir.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I believe this is our last amendment. Thank you, Mr. Huffman. I probably could come up with some other ideas if you'd like.
I hope it's your best one yet.
It's hard to beat some of the ones we've done already, Mr. Case. Mr. Chairman.
Not without the audio-visual thing, you know?
Yeah, actually, you know what? We probably do. What poster can we do for this one? Let's come up with a poster. Yep, I will.
Thank you.
I ask you to pause for just a minute, please.
That one.
This one? Yeah. What about the one with the hall in it? With the hall? We'll do that one. All right. So, Mr. Chairman, I brought up, I know you did. I've got a new one that's coming up, and actually you might just be in it. You might be in it. But I need to lay the groundwork for it. Let me get there.
We only got like a minute and a half right now.
Huh? That one will? Okay. All right. So Mr. Chairman, again, Megan Knockhand, this is the face of people that can't afford to pay for utility bills, groceries, and just living in the United States. One of the major problems that is blocking areas that have already been leased is what National Marine Fisheries has acknowledged was their error in issuing what's known as LOAs. They improperly calculated data and applied it to scenarios, and they were wrong. They've acknowledged it, and they haven't fixed it. And so it is impeding domestic energy production. Again, one of the many, many things that is impeding energy production. And so this is the family. This is one of the millions of Americans that's adversely impacted by this. This amendment fixes it. It fixes the problem of energy production, or helps to fix one of the major problems of energy production. I want to quote President Biden, quote, "They could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year." No, they couldn't, because the administration has not issued LOAs, and they're blocking them based on inappropriate or flawed data. So I can't. All right, I'm told your picture may, I don't know, let me.
Save it for something else.
Well, I just want to, what do you think? Can I do that or not?
Huh? That's good company, though. I appreciate it.
All right, I'll wait for the next one.
I'm glad, because I was thinking of, you mentioned that Mr. Huffman hasn't invited you to his district.
Yeah.
To look at what overfishing has and hasn't done.
The chairman invited me to his district to go look at overfishing in Arizona.
I want you to come and look at the overfishing devastation that our communities are feeling, and you're always welcome to come and do that.
And I appreciate that. And I would love to come. you came to my district and didn't invite me. I just want to make note. But Mr. Chairman,
Different topic.
71 members of Congress sent a letter to the Secretary of Commerce about this issue. 71. And said that this is a problem, said that this needs to be fixed. And what this would do is it would simply provide the Secretary the authority to fix this problem. It doesn't require the Secretary to do anything. All they have to do is allow for these currently leased areas to go to production. They acknowledged it was an inadvertent error, that it was their fault, and they haven't done anything to fix it. And so, I'm going to say it again. The president's been out there saying there could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year. This is one of the many, many issues that this administration has caused, this self-imposed problems that is contributing to unaffordable energy costs, unaffordable utility bills, unaffordable cost of refueling your vehicle. And I remind my great friends from California, that includes electricity in California, which is in some cases generated from these very energy resources. Although I know that you all prefer foreign energy, but this also impacts California. It would allow for energy production in the United States. It would fix an error that the administration has acknowledged was an inadvertent error on their part. And I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Mr. Huffman?
Mr. Chairman, I oppose the amendment. Back to the family that's depicted in the poster. Look, the implication with this amendment, and it's not the first time we've heard this suggestion in this committee, is that if we just give more benefits and freebies and environmental shortcuts and subsidies to the oil and gas industry, that suddenly inflation and food prices and everything will be better, and this family will have a better time making ends meet. It is really cynical. It is really craven. One is tempted to bring up the dozens, frankly, of bills that we have passed out of this Congress that actually would help this family make ends meet. My guess is someone in that family might have diabetes and might be interested in a cap on their insulin cost, or in finally negotiating with pharma for lower prescription drug costs, or in universal child care, paid family leave, investments in infrastructure broadly so that all kinds of jobs, not just in the fossil fuel industry, might be there to lift the economy and help folks get by a little bit better. But the answer every time one of those votes comes up is no from our friends across the aisle. It's just got to be lavishing more gifts on the fossil fuel industry. We care about these families too, and don't suggest otherwise. We've just got a very different notion of how to help people out during tough times. With that, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to?
Mr. Chairman,
Sir, you
I'd like to
recognize?
yield some time to Mr. Graves, please.
Thank you, Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Huffman, you just said shortcuts and whatever your other term was. Let me and subsidies. Let me be clear on what this amendment does. The federal agencies have acknowledged, the National Marine Fisheries Service has acknowledged on the record that this was their fault, that it was an inadvertent error. They've done nothing to fix it. How is that a shortcut? They've acknowledged it was their fault, their problem, their mistake, and it's directly contrary to what the President of the United States said when he's out there blaming the energy industry for doing this. Now, then you brought up insulin. Yeah, let's talk about that for a minute. I'm happy to. I'll do this all day long, Mr. Huffman. Insulin. You tried to cap the cost of insulin. Now, so what's going to happen when you do that? What's going to happen if you go into a store, you go to a grocery store and say you can't charge more than 25 cents for a banana? What's going to happen is the grocery store is going to raise prices on other products, or they'll raise prices on bananas for other people. So you know what? If you want to have a discussion about negotiating drug prices, if you want to truly fix this, let's go to other countries that in our trade agreements, other countries that are charging a fraction of what we're charging. We're subsidizing global healthcare costs, global pharmacy costs. I agree with you. I agree. It's outrageous what's happening. I'd vote today to allow for imports from other countries that have safe systems. I'd vote today for that. Putting a cap it isn't a solution. It's not a solution. It results in higher costs to other people, like folks on private insurance and others. It's not a solution. The solution is allow for importation. I'm all there. Now let's talk about the other solutions. The Build Back Better, the Inflation Reduction Act. Let's talk about the COVID bill where y'all came in and increased over $1 trillion in extra spending. Why are these families suffering? Because y'all have gone out there and spent trillions and trillions of dollars, trillions, with the organizations like the Congressional Research Service and the Congressional Budget Office saying this is what's going to happen. Oh my gosh, shocker, record inflation, just like everybody said, just like everybody said. The problems that we're experiencing right now, look at the genius border policies. 7 times the number of fentanyl is coming to the United States than it would take to kill every single American. I've heard Democrats go out there and express outrage about what Governor DeSantis and what Governor Abbott have done by sending immigrants to other places like Martha's Vineyard. Then what happened? They got deported out of Martha's Vineyard. Unbelievable. They called out the National Guard, yet if Governor DeSantis or Governor Abbott wants to deport them, that's not okay. If they want to call out the National Guard, oh no, that's not okay. Let's talk about defunding the police and crime. Let's talk about Democrat policies that have resulted in empowering criminals. New Orleans, greatest violent crime rate in America because the defunding the police, empowering criminals. This is crazy. Energy policy. I'm going to say this 100 times in this committee. The Democrats in this committee, the Democrats that run the House, that run the Senate, and run the White House right now, it is y'all's policies that have resulted in the worst energy policies this country has ever witnessed. I would take Jimmy Carter's energy policies over this one. You'd have to go back to the Truman administration in the 1940s to see something as irresponsible as this. It is the cause of electricity bills spiking. It is the cause of gasoline prices spiking. So if the gentleman wants to talk about the consequences of policies and wants to talk about why American families are suffering, I'll do it all day long. And I will sit here and I'll tell you over and over and over again. I told you so. Mr. Fulcher told you so. Mr. Westerman told you so. We said these exact things are going to happen. These exact things are going to happen. And look, they're all happening. And this committee's refused to have Secretary Haaland come here and defend the indefensible policies of this administration. This committee's rejected just today, voted against asking for information from agencies to allow us to better understand what's happening and make informed decisions. This is outrageous. And let's be crystal clear. All of this is laid at y'all's feet, and the responsibility, your responsibility, and the result of irresponsible policies that have been pushed by this administration and this Democrat Congress. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else? Hearing no further debate. You know, the absence of an understanding of irony and hypocrisies on some of the debates that we're having always astounds me. And you know, situational amnesia astounds me when it comes to policy and those things. I can understand the debate. I appreciate it. My frustration has been that, you know, we're trying to do the business of this particular piece of legislation that needs to be reauthorized, that we came to some compromises with primarily Representative Young on a bunch of these things, and not on others. And those are the ones that we're having to flush out for ourselves as a committee. But nevertheless, you know, I do want to take time to thank both Mr. Case and Mr. Huffman for their work on behalf of the members on my side of the aisle on this. It's extraordinary work and very difficult work, as we've seen through this whole process. And I would thank them for that and appreciate the work that they did and the fact that they've continued to shepherd this bill, hopefully to the floor as soon as possible. With hearing no further debate, members in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. See no further amendments. Let me just, for closing, before I adjourn, the meeting is rescheduled for next Thursday, correct, Ruth? At 10 a.m., in which we will do all the roll votes at once. That gives respective staffs all the time to notify all the members and make sure that they can be around to participate. Today would be a difficult day to try to gather everybody back. And that comment came from both sides of the aisle. So all members will have 2 days in which to file a supplemental, additional, minority, or dissenting views. I ask unanimous consent that staff be allowed to make necessary technical conforming changes to the measure ordered reported today, subject to the approval of the minority. Also ask unanimous consent that any measure ordered reported today with amendments and the measure to be considered reported with an amendment to strike out all after the enacting clause and insert the text of the measure with its perfecting amendments adopted in committee. Without objection, so ordered. Let me thank Ranking Member Westerman, and I already thank my two colleagues for their work today for helping move this markup along. No further business. We'll adjourn till our next kumbaya moment, which will be Thursday at 10 a.m. Thank you very much.